Chaos Beacon Development, and MIWA in 2020, given the kicking off of the actual physical start of the project in 2021. From them, you can see here the timeline of several of the most important milestones that we achieved, and is that since the beginning of the project in 2021, after at the end of 2021, the pilot plant was constructed and was officially inaugurated in March 2022, less than 1 year later. Since then, the pilot plant has been in continuous culture production. And in parallel also, we initiated in 2022 the construction of the second phase. The second phase is a much bigger plant covering 42,000 square meters. And this plant was officially inaugurated in January of this year. This is an overview of how it looks like, the pilot plant, with raceways that, if I'm not wrong, cover the capacity of the raceways are 5,000 cubic meters, and the bigger, 10,000 cubic meters. And this compared to the actual size of the second phase. You can see the blueprint here, and now I'm going to show a small video, so you can have a better overview of the actual dimensions of the second phase plant production. So it's true, the main product that we produce is actually the algae biomass. But among other products also in our portfolio, we are now producing different types of biostimulants from the algae biomass. I want to highlight the difference between traditional fertilizer and biostimulants. Fertilizers, either coming from natural sources or synthesized chemically, they supply directly nutrients to the soil, like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and also some other micronutrients. So the plant can use all these chemicals as a nutrients. In contrast, biostimulants, they don't supply directly nutrients. They are actually complex mixtures of very complex chemical molecules, including vitamins and mostly phytohormones. And they improve indirectly the growth of the plants, improving nutrient uptake efficiency, enhancing the tolerance to abiotic stress, boosting overall plant, and also contributing to keeping the health of the soil. In our plant, we have different setups for the production of biostimulant. And we can use, in a lab scale, this Synoxis bioreactor. Or in order to produce large amounts, we have also in the downstream process big bioreactors with the capacity to produce up to 600 liters per day. And the process is enzymatic hydrolysis. So from the hydrolysis, we can separate a dry, solid part of the final mixture and a liquid part. And the liquid part is what is constituting our biostimulant. So far, we have worked with several, 3 different microalgae strains, 2 cyanobacteria, Limnospira platensis and Leptolimbia, and one eukaryotic microalgae, chlorella. Our colleagues in the group, Liliana Fuentes, Fuentes? Cifuentes, sorry. Liliana Cifuentes and Ragad Al-Ghamdi have been already for quite a while applying these biostimulants and measuring their performance in different crops. Among others, tomato, pepper, eggplant. I know also some other collaborators abroad have tested different other crops, potatoes, I don't know, different. And in all cases, we observed important growth in the plant. This is the control, no biostimulant applied. This is our biostimulant. You see the plant grow much better. And this is another commercial biostimulant that we are also comparing to. We measure different plant parameters in both aerial and the root system, and also the production of the fruit. And in all cases, we have obtained very good results. So this is also an overview how our biostimulant is much more performant than the commercial biostimulant that we are comparing with. Now, the talk today deals with date palm. Why date palm? Date palm is one of the most ancient crops. We have registers that date from more than 5,000 years ago of this plant being cultivated. And they have been also even found whole carbonized whole fruits in these records, they have been found in the UAE area, dating from 8,000 years before Christ, and also some paintings already, more than 1,000 before Christ. Additionally to being one of the most ancient crops that are currently due, also for the MENA region has a very important value as essential symbol for the Muslim culture, as a generosity and hospitality, and also very linked with the traditions and religion. The reason this plant is able to grow in this area, this arid area, all the MENA region and Middle East and North Africa, is because naturally they have a strong capacity to resist extreme environmental conditions. Among them, drought, salinity, high temperature, and poor soil conditions. However, being these areas the most important regions, this is an overlook of recent data regarding the production. So we can see that Saudi Arabia is here among the second one, among the most important producers of date, from date palm, and also some highlighting the Riyadh, Qasim, and Eastern Province are also inside the country among the biggest producers. I say that this plant resists extreme environmental conditions, but nevertheless, during the last also years, we are facing an increase in the salinity of the soils due to low rainfall, bad practices in irrigation, and Sorry. So the thing is that even if the plant is very resilient naturally, we are pushing too much the environment in a way that the soils are becoming way too much increase in the salinity, and this finally affects as well the viability and the production of the date palm. Soil microbiome is one of the parameters that we can use to try to fight and improve the general soil health. Soil microbiome is referred to the whole population of different microorganisms that inhabit the soils, not only bacteria, but also fungi and other viruses. And they have a critical role in the general health of the soil. They help in the nutrient cycling. They also provide the plant compounds that help them to grow, and they keep the soil structure. They are able also, some of the microbes, to produce antibiotics to help suppressing other pathogens, and also they have a role in carbon storage and climate regulation. So now, some of the preliminary results in this experiment. Our colleague again, performed during this year. You have here the timeline of the experiment. It was started in February 2024 and is expected to finalize in February 2025, covering one whole year. We use in this experiment plants that another colleague from the university from KAUST gave us, dates palms that had 4 to 5 years old, and we applied 3 different treatments. We use as a control only water. We apply our biostimulant produced from Limnospira platensis, and also for comparative purposes, we use the commercial biostimulant. And the results I'm going to present are dealing mostly with these different 4 time points. February, May, July, and September. We haven't finished the whole analysis, so please keep that in mind. And an overview of the experiment. Again, one new collaborator, Bricia, also recently came from Mexico and joined the team. So they perform the experimental work in the shed house, collecting the sample soils. And then once it was collected, it kept at -80 until we could process them. Then myself and one of the recent also members of our team, Faye, we perform the preparation of metabar coding libraries to assess the microbial diversity. For that, we focus on one of the hypervariable regions of the 16S RNA, ribosomal RNA gene. That is one of the universal markers that is used in order to identify microbial diversity. This is one of the first things that we look at after we finally got the data from the sequencer. And this is called refraction curve. And it consists just in the plotting of the number of species that we are able to identify against the sample size, library size, or in other words, also the amount of reads that we obtain from every of the samples. What we need to look at it is the fact that all the curves reach a plateau. And this means that no matter, independently of the number of reads, if we increase the sequencing depth, we will not be able to identify new species, meaning that we have reached the maximum identification power. What is an indication of the quality of the data that we are going to receive? Because we need to be sure that we have achieved, we have not, we are counting for the whole community. Then we perform some general statistical analysis, and in this case, I also would like to highlight that this analysis has been done using 3 replicates. Also, we collected 5 replicates. Soils are generally very variable. They are generally very variable material, so 3 replicates normally is not enough. Even if we assume 3 should be statistically the minimum, but in this case, in this type of systems, more replicates will be better. That's why, in the future, we are continuing analyzing to see if we observe some kind of different results. You can see, I don't know if you can see well the different morphologies of the dots. Some of them, they are very separated, even if they correspond to the same time points. That's why at the end, we obtain, if we assess our statistical analysis on the different treatments, we observe that there is no really significant difference. And we can quantify this by the p-value over there, 0.9. While, even if it's, you will see later, a little bit small difference, the difference in the time points, this is, from the point of view of the microbial composition of the soil, shows a statistically significant difference. And this is the general overview of the different population at the family level. You can see from the 4 different time points, we have also the different treatments, control, limnospira, and commercial. At a glance, you can see that the composition is very similar. Nevertheless, there is a small difference if you compare the columns time to time. We need to increase to continue studying the next time points, and probably we need to continue expanding the experiment beyond 1 year, because we know that for the date palm, 1 year is very short time to give opportunity to the plant to evolve and to grow, and that might also affect the general microbial diversity in the soils, because they go hand by hand. This similarity in the treatments is also highlighted by the similar composition that they present when we study the total particulate organic material and also the pH. Both control and the treatments, they show a similar pH, slightly acidic, and also generally high, about between 30, average 30 grams per 100 grams of dry weight in particulate organic carbon. And this results in pH and in the general amount of organic carbon in the soil is consistent with the different families that we are able to identify. Definitely, these families are specific for the soil that we are using in this particular experiment. If we analyze different soils from different origins, sand, compost, mixture of everything, depending on the water regime, depending on the origin of the water that we are using also, we will obtain different kinds of microbial families. But what is important is that the treatment in this case does not affect, importantly, the microbial diversity. And these are the final conclusions. Spirulina-derived biostimulant treatment helps crops to grow under arid conditions. Soil microbiome changes are mostly affected by the time, while not significantly affected by the biostimulant treatment, what is good. And definitely, as always, long-term studies on date palm natural source are needed. More research is always needed. And with this, I would like just to finish the presentation, 4 minutes ahead. So presenting also our group in KAUST, what is currently National Transformation Institute, in KAUST Beacon Development Department, and our group that is called Development of Algae Biotechnology in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we are a wide range of different nationalities working all together, and I would like to thank all my colleagues, because all of them, from the guys working in the plant to the last person that was incorporated to do the different analysis, all they have somehow they have been involved in this work. Also, thank you to Miwa for the support, and a special thanks as well to the Professor Ikram Blilu from KAUST, that is for providing the funds for the study. And that's it. If you have any question, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sven Kaufmann, and I've seen your infrastructure at KAUST, very impressive. I was there, I think, in April or May. And we are doing something similar. We are using a different plant called water lentil, also known as duckweed, which has similar compounds, and we're using it also as animal feed and as fertilizer. My question is, in case I saw you're using fresh water and salt water, so how do you control the salinity level in the finished product when you're using the salt water?
Very interesting question. I might not be able to answer the question, but I can address you to somebody. Lily, if you want later, we can discuss, because she is one of the person that is in charge of the hydrolysis. And maybe, I think, in the growing in the raceways, the salinity is just controlled by dilution. We measure, and if it's too high, we dilute until a more acceptable level with fresh water. But it's true in the final product. I don't have the data with me, but
yeah, the plant absorbs the salt, and
yes,
then it is in the final product.
Yes.
And if you use that as a fertilizer, then you give more salt to an already salt-impacted environment. That's why I mean, how you can control that.
The thing is the amount of the biostimulant is liquid, okay? And from working with fresh water, there's no problem. Working with salt water definitely will be some salinity incorporated in the product, but the application is not very often. It's applied only 1 liter per month. So the amount of material that we need to produce the effects is very minimum compared to regular fertilizers.
Is it 1 liter or once a month?
Once a month.
Or it is spread over time? So it's daily a little bit. Okay, once a month. Okay.
Once a month.
Okay.
I mean, and in these buckets, they are how big they are, the big plants. Last plant, last one. 40 cubic meters, maybe.
Okay, thanks anyway.
Good morning. So my question is about the soil organic particulate carbon content. So what does it mean? Is it soil organic organic carbon percentage?
The values that I presented is the grams of particulate organic carbon per 100 grams of dry weight of soil.
So the values are around 30, in the range
Yes.
of 30 to 40?
Yes, they are relatively high.
So normally in the soil organic carbon content will be around 0.5 to 1%, and sandy soils and all, it will be having very less percentage of organic
That is
carbon.
true. That is true.
So
in our case, the experiment was performed using compost, agricultural compost, where the organic material is much higher, has a more lignocellulosic material, some more other organic material coming from. And that's why we observe these relatively high values compared to desert soil of other kind of soil.
okay, also the other question is related to the biostimulant. What is the composition of this biostimulant?
The composition of the biostimulant is very complex. I can show you later if you want a sheet that I have. But the main components are phytohormones, a different panel of different auxins, cytokinins, and also a big ppm composition of different metals like cations, like titanium, calcium, magnesium, and different metals that are part of are necessary for the good performance of different proteins. Now the exact word it cannot come to my mind. And, but the main also component is the amino acids proteins in terms of macromolecules, lipids and proteins. No, sorry, proteins and carbohydrates.
Thank you.
But the components that principally are affecting to the growth of the plant are the phytohormones.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question and some comments on some of the terms that you throw during your presentation. First of all, final things for the farmers is the cost and the benefit. Do you consider that in your research? How much is the cost for producing the biostimulant and giving it to the farmers? And I think, especially for the date palms, what you presented is it needs to be carefully investigated. One of the terms that I saw that you throw is stimulant will increase the uptake of the nutrients.
Yes.
And I don't see how this will happen, can you just collaborate on this? Because why do we use the industrial fertilizers? Because they are fast to be taken by the crops if the soil conditions are allowed for that. The other comments is the threshold values of date bands, the EC of irrigation water, has to be, probably, that it's only 4 decimins per meter. And you're probably using water with very high saline. The end point is if you use an irrigation water quality with an EC is high, you will have some greenery, but definitely you are not going to get any fruits or flowers or dates. That's for sure. So thank you very much for if you can just elaborate on these comments, please.
So indeed, in terms of cost, is something that needs to be still optimized. We are in the very preliminary stage of the investigations. Our primary goal at the beginning were general crops. And what it's specific from the date palm is that it's difficult to finalize the investigation given the time that we need to actually assess that the plants are growing, because the development is very slow. We will need studies probably during 10 years to see if actually the biostimulants have a real significant impact in the development of the date palm and the fruits. Nevertheless, the objective of this particular study was to see if the application of the biostimulant was affecting the microbiome in the soil. Because there is another point, the chemical fertilizers, they are cheap, they are heavily used, and they are affecting the microbiome. They are affecting negatively the microbiome, and that is one of the reasons also the soil is becoming more poor in the quality. Exactly, but never, that is not my scope of work, assessing the economical value of the product, but just bear in mind that the application of this product may be a little, if nevertheless is a little expensive compared to the biofertilizer, but the amount you need in order to improve your crop is much less compared to the traditional fertilizer. So at the end, maybe it's becoming more cheap.
This has to be mentioned, definitely, in order to compare.
Yes,
and this is to convince the farmers that what they are doing.
That is a good point, yes.
Yeah, because if otherwise, you are not going anywhere. Please, in your sitting the experiment, you have to mention that.
Can
Thank
you
you.
just allow
Okay,
me?
thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Excuse me, being so close to the project, I have some of the inside information. So the biostimulant is already in discussion with SABIC currently, and one of the reasons this was proposed is because the cost is much lower than the current chemical filterizer. But how much, I cannot tell you now, but it is definitely lower. And to address the salinity of the biostimulant, according to my knowledge, cows did a breakthrough where spirulina elsewhere are grown on fresh water, but in cows we have adapted that to seawater. In addition to that, in the downstream process, this is where we wash the algae and get rid of the salinity in order to have it ready for other products, high-value products, feed for animal, protein, and lipid. I hope I answered some of the questions.
sorry. The biostimulant help of the plants, the crops for capture the nutrients for the soil. The biostimulant is rich in phytohormones that is good for the plants. But the gibberellins, cytokinins provide the plants more roots, more lateral roots, or more help for the growth of the plants. It's not compared the biostimulant with the fertilizer, because at the end you need put the fertilizer in the plant, but when you add biostimulant, the plant catch more the nutrients for the soil. No, for the farming it's good because we have some more.
In your team, soil sciences in fertility or soil chemistry, you need somebody to show to convince people that the uptake with the stimulant is higher or better than
We have
fertilizers. Sorry to say that, but this is
no it's for competence for fertilizer. It's for improve the development of the plant, for obtain the nutrients for the soil. And with our biostimulant, we obtained the vigorous plant, the plants with more roots, and we have first the fruits.
So it's
We obtain, yes, it's more easy.
You need both, fertilizer and the biostimulant.
Yes.
Can I make a suggestion here? In order to catch up our program, we can have later on a discussion on that. Let's continue with our program. Thank you, Christina, for the presentation. Desalination advancements. Up next, we turn our attention to water treatment innovation. Mohammed Bashir from the University of Jordan will share insights on advanced pre-treatment techniques for desalination to enhance efficiency and reduce fouling. Let us please welcome Mohammed Bashir to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mohammed Bashir. I am a master's student from the University of Jordan. Today, I want to talk about advanced pre-treatment for desalination, enhancing efficiency and reducing fouling with my partner, Dr. Faryal Adwan. This is our agenda today. We'll talk about each part. Access to clean water remains a global issue. Over 700 million people cannot access to clean water. And by 2025, half of the global population will face water stress. This due many factors or several factors. The first one of population growth. Many people, they want water. And we can urbanization, industrial activities for cooling, food production, process cooling, many things. And we have also population growth, climate change impacts. When temperature is increased, evaporation will increase, and altered pattern rainfall will be to droughts. So, and finally, we will talk about pollution and treated water, many chemicals, heavy metals, oil spills, that also affects in the water. Desalination only provide 1% of the global water. This is very not a good number because it requires high infrastructure capabilities and it's very high energy intensive. So we must make expanding desalination to meet a future demand. But here we see conventional methods. We can say RO and multi-stage flash. It's very useful methods, but it's very energy intensive, affect the carbon footprint. We can also use many pumps, so it affects in the overall. Everything we do it, we will face many challenges. And in our presentation, desalination, we have many challenges such as member fouling. Fouling in simple words, anything, silt, clay, anything can clog the filters or the membrane. This will short the lifespan of the membrane and increase the cost for replacement and many things, or operation downtime. And operation costs, such as RO, it's very energy intensive and cost. It's required high energy pumps and fossil fuels to operate it. And the last thing, adaptability to water quality. We will know when we deal with any water, we must to make experimental. Many parameters we want to deal with it. This part is in the inlet of the water will be very changed for many factors, algae blooms, yes, or pollution events, sudden pollution events. Algae bloom, harmful from agriculture runoff, and we can, in the warm weather, we will microbiology ecosystem will be increased. Pollution events, heavy metals, or anything can affect the water, oil spills. Okay. Here we will show our global water stress. We see and the many codes, low, low to medium, medium, high, extremely high. This figure, in simple words, global water stress, ratio of withdrawal to supply water for the countries. When we look to color low, it's very low, 10% or lower. It's very good indicator. Extremely high is very high, and we will faces many challenges in the water section. So, conventional method or a traditional method fail to in our life because fouling, a short lifespan, many things. So we must address this problem by integration 3 advanced technology for pre-treatment. The first one, advanced chemical coagulation. All of them or most of them, we know coagulation. Add coagulant to make a blends, then flux, then we will remove it. But here we will use advanced coagulant, advanced polymers to increase the high of removal. Okay, and we will use microfiltration, microfiltration for very small size from 0.1 to 10 microns. It's the physical barrier to removal, minimal particle containments. Advanced oxidation process, we will use ozone to oxidize organic pollutions. It's very useful. We use ozone for many reasons. We will show in the next slides. But in general, ozone oxidize organic pollutions and prevent from biofilm to formation. And it's very harmful to the water. This is our impact. We said why we use ozone. Also, we have many compounds rather than ozone, but we prefer ozone for many reasons. We have a chlorine. We have a hydrogen peroxide, H2O2. You have UV. But we prefer ozone for many reasons, such as biofilm privation. Ozone doesn't just clean, it's protect. It's prevent biofilm to formation. Natural cleaner, O3, will decomposes, will be give us O2. It's very good byproducts. Rather than chlorine, will be give us to harmful byproducts. It will prevent 65 fouling, fouling, and we say eco-friendly advantage, sustainable, not harmful to the. Okay. Impact. Okay. Now, okay. On the technical results. Now, in our study, we take red. A leading desalination plant along the Red Sea shore because it's very interesting location, have high salinity levels, also have different properties on the inlet water. And we have a study duration of 1 year testing. We have taken many data such as salinity levels, organic content, turbidity, membrane fouling rates, system efficiency, cleaning. All of these data we have gathered. Okay. In our breakthrough results, this is very good. We have in this table performance comparison between traditional and integration. Many parameters, many indicators, such as foul reduction 65 in when we apply integration pre-treatment, and when we use traditional methods, low. Membrane low, short span, plus 20 increasing. Energy efficiency, biofilm control. All of these parameters is very good when we deal and apply integration pre-treatment. Cost efficiency we have talked about. Okay. Now we want to go to the next step. Okay. We want to apply our system in different location, and we want to improve our techniques. It's available in everywhere and everywhere. We will improve in Arabian Gulf and Mediterranean Sea. We took this location because Arabian Gulf high salinity and extreme temperature. High salinity is roughly 45 ppm and temperature 37, 38, and it's very high levels for comparison to other seas. And Mediterranean Sea season variation in the water, such as algae blooms, stormwater runoff. All of them affect when we deal the water. Okay, now we want to make integration. And it's very useful useful idea, but we want to make integration to make this better. If we can merge wind power, solar power in our system, we will achieve zero carbon footprint. Also, we will deal with the microplastic or antibiotics, something it's not easy to deal with it. And also we want to take about renewable energy, as you have said. Okay. Finally, innovation in water treatment is not options. We must do all of them to do it because it's for our life. And call to action, I want to encourage stakeholders to embrace this transform technology to address water scarcity. And many thanks to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed Bashir. Do we have any question from our audience? you. يعطيك العافية. Thanks. Just as a side note, we have a translation device for English, for France, and Arabic. LLS in agriculture. Now let us explore how AI is transforming agriculture. Mohammed Ruqa from SATA will introduce to us the use of large language model for protecting agriculture and control environments. Mohammed, welcome to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammed Roka. I'm a scientist and entrepreneur. I joined SAFTA as a speaker in this event, and I'm very honored to be with you here today. I'm talking about a protected agriculture and control environment from technology perspective. And we will talk about the future of farming, a future where we can grow crops in ideal conditions, free from uncertainties of weather, pests, and diseases. A future where we can produce more with less waste and with a greater efficiency. This future is made possible by these two methods: protected agriculture and controlled environment. So the base LLM is an innovative application using generative AI to empowering farmers and improving the agricultural practices and sustainability. So the base LLM is using the generative AI to empowering farmers and improving the agricultural practices. And as you know, I'm not agriculture hero as you guys, but I'm talking from a technology perspective. But briefly talking about protected agriculture, as you know, it's a game changer where we grow crops under physical structure. We create control microenvironment to improve productivity, minimize risk, and extend the growing season. And the control environment to a growing plant where all variables like humidity, temperature, CO2 levels are regulated. By optimizing these factors, we can increase yields, conserve water, and reduce pesticide use. We can grow crops year-round, regardless of weather outside, making them more resilient to the climate change and reduce resource waste and lower energy consumption. Control environment is more sustainable way of farming. So how we can use AI to improve the sustainability and empowering farmers? What the benefits to using these technologies in agriculture? So number one, provide farmers with instant personalized advice on corporate management. So we need to use AI for tailored recommendations, and delivering personalized advice to farmers, vast amount of data. The system can provide specific recommendation for input applications. Conversational interface for farmers. We use domain-specific language model to improving the information that provided to farmers in the field. We need to analyze these data and provide insight to farmers where this information can provide more insightful information to these farmers, simplifying complex information and translating complex agriculture data into straightforward language. We can also offer real-time solutions to best disease challenges, deliver localized recommendation, as I said, for a climate adaptation strategies. So the base LM is a micro language model, can be trained on a specific and more targeted agriculture data set, verify agriculture data for accuracy and ensure the model remains faithful to questions. It's grounded using techniques like the RAG. We use JACE as a specific domain language model for the system. So this is our design, where we ingest the data. We train the set of data, the questions and answers, and this comes with time. It takes time to collect all the information and the questions to the system, and then we use the JACE, which is the domain-specific language model. Then we fine-tune these questions and answers base, and we have the final application where the base LLM, where the information is provided to the farmers and the response. So this is the brief summary of the whole system of the base LLM. So finally, I'm talking about the challenges where we can face maybe when implemented such a project, and it could be the high investment in such system. Using AI is not easy at the beginning, but has the potential to change the agriculture industry in the future. It's essential for farmers to have access to accurate information and answers where they can recognizing perfect conditions with a precision and control. Large language models are not just tools for processing data, they are game changers in agriculture and other industries. In the way we approach data integration and analysis, we enable seamless integration, data from multiple sources, and empowering organizations with actionable insights. So LLM transforming industry and driving smarter, efficient, smarter, accurate, and more efficient decision making. A future where we can produce more with less waste and with greater efficiency. Thank you so much. Any question? Yes, please.
Thank you. You mentioned the use of an analysis of data sets. Where do you get the data from? How do you capture it? And then how do you present it to the farmer so that he can understand it? I mean, clearly they may not be a computer scientist, so I was just wondering what format the information is provided to the farmer.
Yeah, so basically the language model was trained in a set of corpus of text data where they are collected over maybe tens years back since they are created. So it takes time to collect all the information, all the questions and answers and these data and ingest them to the system. So this information could be from ministries, farmers, scientists in agriculture, whoever.
But what sort of data is it? Is it rainfall? Is it, I don't know, soil salinity? What is the information that you are looking to collect?
So any information connected with to agriculture, which is empower farmers. So basically this system targets the Arabic farmer. So we're using Arabic language model for Saudi Arabia. So we are empowering the Arabic farmer in Saudi Arabia to use the system in a way they can increase the productivity of his work. So this information taken from any source. It could be from internet or ministry or the farmer. Any kind of information that support the farmers. So it depends, but if you ask, for example, if you ask ChatGPT any question, they could answer it, right? So it's the same. We want to be more focused on the agriculture sector to provide this information to the farmer. What type of information? It could be general information, and it could be very high expert information. Yeah. Any other question?
Yeah. Thank you, Mohammed, for your informative presentation. I have 2 points. First point, have you tested this model practically? Do you have any ground truth, any validation for this model?
So this application haven't yet created, but I have other applications, but in different industries. But for this sector, it's a new, innovative idea in agriculture. And I think it has the potential to change or to address the many challenges in the agriculture industry. So not yet created, it's under development, and hopefully in the future maybe has
Yeah,
a place.
The second point from the title of the presentation, for myself, I would rather, instead of say controlled environment, are we able to control the environment so far? I would rather say management or manage the environment rather than controlled, because we are not able to control the environment as it is several factors. This is just a point. Thank you.
Good. So for this point, even now, we control the environment variables, but not optimally, right? In the future, where we have accurate information from a system, they can provide good insights to these farmers in the field and help them to grow their crops in ideal conditions. So yes, these factors and variables should be regulated in a way we can reduce the cost and increase our productivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Sustainable reservoir design. Our next presentation takes us to Wadi Al-Aqiq in Al-Madinah Al-Munawwara. Dr. Hassan Abbas and his team Wood Makki, Bara Al-Harbi, Yusra Al-Jahani from Prince Migrant University will share their innovative approach to designing multifunctional reservoir for sustainable water management and urban greening.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be here in Sustainability Innovation Week, significant event held under the banner of the COP16 and organized by RDIA. I am joined today with my capstone project student teams, Bara Al-Harbi, with Makki, and Yusra Juhani. Together, represented the Civil Engineering Department in Prince Migrant University, and today we are excited to present it to you our project titles, Designing a Multifunctional Reservoir System for Sustainable Water Management and Urban Greening in Wadi Al-Aqiq, Al-Madinah Munawwara. Through these presentations, we will guide you an innovative methodology. We will try to apply it in this project, and also we'll share with you promising preliminary result we will collect it during this capstone project. So in general, you know that Medina Munawwara, like other arid regions, there are huge problem for scarcity water, and this is mainly due to the low and irregular rainfalls, and more complicated due to the high evaporation rates in these regions, which accelerated the reductions of the surface water, and at the end reduce the groundwater recharge. So this issue accelerated the or increased the problem of the scarcity water in the Medina Munawwara. In the last decade, there are growing pollutions in Medina Munawwara, and also there are increased number of visitors. This visitor increased by 6.3 million in 2014 to more than 14.1 million in 2023, and this number will increase more according to the 2030 visions of the Saudi Kingdom. And this number indicate you the extensive demand of the water for these cities. Approximately, there are more than 6,000 cubic meter pumped daily to the central area and Masjid al-Nabawi. Okay? And these problems complicated more due to the limited infrastructure for rainwater harvesting and wastewater use in Medina Munawwara. Okay? So addressing this challenge requires innovative solutions that balance culture, Medina Munawwara, environmental, technology considerations to ensure sustainable reuse of water in Medina Munawwara. These photos show you the challenge of in certain locations in Medina Munawwara, but also post the opportunity for reuse this water. Okay, and this photo also show the pollution area in Masjid al-Nabawi or Prophet Muhammad, where the majority of the water pumped to Masjid al-Nabawi consumed in this area, and still now there is no clear strategy to reuse this water.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan. The primary objective of our capstone project is to design an artificial reservoir system that efficiently harvests rainwater in the area surrounding Wadi Al-Aqiq. It also focuses on the design of reservoir system that optimize the water infiltration, retention, and filtration using graded layers of volcanic stones, improving both functionality and efficiency. It also focuses on the reuse of the ablution water from the Prophet Mosque to ensure continuous and sustainable water source for maintaining the reservoir, transforming the reservoir area into a multifunctional space with a native vegetation, public gardens, and recreational facilities. Together, these objectives align with the Sustainable Development Goals in Al-Madinah Al-Munawwara, blending water management strategies with environmental stewardship and the social well-being. Reusing of the ablution water. With the millions of visitors in Al-Madinah Al-Munawwara, Prophet Mosque generates significant volumes of ablution water. Harnessing this resource offers an opportunity to address water scarcity. Ablution water can be collected from mosques through dedicated drainage systems that separate it from other wastewater, ensuring its suitability for reuse without extensive treatment. Basic filtration systems such as sand filters or membranes filtration can remove impurities, while advanced treatments processes like UV disinfection ensure the water meets safety standards for non-potable uses. Wadi Al-Aqiq characterized by natural depression and flat terrains, which are ideal for constructing a reservoir system to collect and store water effectively. These features enhance the feasibility of capturing and managing runoff during seasonal rainfall. Because it's close to the mosque, offers a continuous and reliable supply of the ablution water, reducing the dependence of rainwater alone. This proximity also minimizes the cost and energy required for transporting the reused water.
Okay, thank you, my colleague Bara. The site collection and analysis. The site's accessibility to residents and visitors, enhance its potential service to public space, combining water management with community benefits. Okay, so in our reservoir, we choose a volcanic stone, as Medina is covered with a large area of a volcanic stone. As you see in the map, all these black areas is a volcanic stone. They are natural material and have a high porosity. Retention and filtration efficiency. In our reservoir, the water will collect by storing the water between the volcanic stone. Also, the water will be stored in the volcanic stone themselves. So this arrangement will increase the storaging of water in the reservoir. Okay, this is the plan view of the reservoir. This is the inlet pipe. So the water will collect from the rainfall and from the wudu water. So the reservoir have two seals, and between them a management system to manage the water flow. Okay, and this is the section view of the reservoir. The reservoir is deep and contain a layer of volcanic stone. Also, the reservoir contain of a pipe to collect the water and a pump to let water go out to use this water. Finally, if there are more water, the emergency exit will move this water to the valley. Okay, the reservoir surface is intended to be covered with the soil, stable for supporting native vegetarian. So this will be the final shape of the reservoir. The reservoir will be under the ground, and on the top they will be a green spaces and public areas. Thank you.
Thank you. The water supply strategy ensure a renewable and sustainable source. We have two components. Rainwater and in Medina Munawwara is collected and stored, and pollution water from the Prophet Mosque for continuous supply, and it didn't depend in the rainwater. And the reservoir will combine the sitting areas and walking paths and public garden and spaces to relax. And in result and discussion, the reservoir will volcanic stones demonstrate excellent water retention due to their high porosity, and the graded structure of the stones improve the system filtration capability by trapping sediments and impurities, ensuring the water remains clean and suitable for reuse. And the pollution water from Prophet's Mosque provided consistent and predictable source of replenishment even during dry season, and the integration of pollution water enhanced the reservoir functionally by ensuring a steady supply, reducing release on rain alone.
طيب To conclude our project, our preliminary result, we believe that the combine of the water management and urban green represents a practical, forward-thinking approach to addressing water security in Medina Munawwara, or in a right area like in Medina Munawwara. And also, this is the dual utilizations of the rainwaters and pollutions water will provide continuous supply for our reservoir. And then this reservoir can be transformed to water management system into green area, multifunction space area, and improve the quality of urban area. So we can engage the community in Medina Munawwar in sustainability activity. Depend on these preliminary findings, we can put these recommendations to enhance applications of the output of our project. Number one, related to government support, we need to implement some policy related to separated the pollution water in the central area and Masjid al-Nawawi, Masjid al-Haram, to reuse this water again, because there are huge amount of water consumed daily in the pollution water. You can imagine that for Masjid al-Nabawi only, there are more than 60,000 meter cube pumped daily. Okay, and also simulated water flow and outflow is very important to discuss evaporation rate and to optimize the design and functionality of the reservoir system in the future. And also conducted long-term study on how the introduction of the green space affected the local biodiversity of the Wadi al-Aqiq. At the end, we need to thank audience today, and also we need to thank the organizations for the Innovation Sustainability Week for this opportunity to share this data from our capstone project. And we sure this is a very good opportunity to collect more feedback from audience to improve our capstone project again more. Thank you.
Any question to our speakers from the audience? لحظات بس دكتور معليش.
It is not a question, it's a comment, please. Are you considering any kind of treatment for the grey water or the pollution water that you're going to get from the mosque before enter to the proposed reservoir? Thank you.
Sure. This is exactly what we are planning to do in the next semester. We will collect this water and check the quality of this water. And we propose first the simple filtrations, like sand filtrations and something like this. If it is more complicated, we will go to another filtration. But we are all from Medina Munawwara, and ensure that the water used in the pollution for wudu, it can be used for the agriculture and the others. We are not recommended to use as portable water. We are used for non-portable waters.
Yeah, definitely you're going to use it for agriculture, it's no problem. But
yes,
this
for
is
agriculture.
but this is the reservoir will stay, water will stand, and then you might create some microbial activities and more than standing water from the grey water is serious problems. So you have to either to recharge it again and again and again, or find another way. So you should consider how to treat this water. It's precipitation or sand is not enough for a long time stand of water of grey water.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for
we agree with your point, but this is actually mainly depend on the quality test, what we are planning to do in the next stage, inshallah. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Very insightful. Quick question about the water extracted from the black stones. So what cost associated with it, and how are you going to do this? Thank you.
When we thinking in this project, we we research about the cost for desalination these waters. Okay, this water mainly come from the Yombo after desalinations in Medina Munawar. It is very high cost. We know that Saudi Arabia is a very high country for desalinations. Okay, reuse of these waters give opportunity to reduce the cost, because there are Medina Munawar planning to more than 30% will be green area. Okay. And sure, the main problem for this project is the water. Okay, reuse these waters by this huge number, more than 6,000 daily pumped to the Masjid al-Nawawi and central area and Ru'an Medina project. It is actually give this opportunity to reduce the cost using the Medina Munawar.
First of all, thank you for your presentation. Very good efforts. I want to, regarding to his comment, why don't you use nanobubble technology in your treatment?
Again?
Nanobubble technology in your treatment.
Okay.
It's very useful and not harmful.
Okay. Yes, I agree with you, but this still depends on the quality of water. We will try to separate the pollution water from the another wastewater. Depend on the quality test, we will try to suggest the method for treatment. If you go with the simple treatment like sand filtration and other simple treatment, this will be reduce the cost for the reuse of this water. If it is no, we will then go to more complicated treatment. But this is very, very nice comment.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Hassan Abbas, Wod Makki, Bara al-Harbi, Yusra al-Jahani. Thank you very much for the great presentation. Irrigation device for public spaces. Let us now focus on smart irrigation solutions. Ibrahim Abu Hassan will present his device designed for irrigation trees for irrigating trees and public garden equipped with artificial pump technology. Welcome to the stage.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وزارة المياه والزراعة، هيئة البحث التطوير والابتكار، أكون لكم جزيل الشكر والعرفان على أن منحتم لي فرصة لكي أقدم ورقة العلمية أمام جمهور من صناع السياسات المتميزين ورواد الاستدامة والأكاديميين البارزين والمستثمرين ذوي التفكير المستقبلي والمبتكرين لإطلاق العنان لإمكانات التكنولوجيا والاكتشاف العلمي. وأسأل الله رب العرش العظيم أن يحفظ ولاة أمرنا لما يحبه ويرضاه، وأن نكون جزء من تحقيق رؤية المملكة العربية السعودية 2030. أقدم ورقة العلمية والتي بعنوان جهاز لري الأشجار والحدائق العامة والتحكم بها بالمطبات الصناعية. خلاصة، تقدم هذه الورقة جهاز مبتكرا للري الذاتي مصمما لتحسين استدامة المياه في البيئات الحضرية والريفية. يستخدم الجهاز المطبات الاصطناعية الموضوعة بشكل استراتيجي على الطرق لضخ المياه المجمعة من محطات تحلية المياه أو آليات جمع الندى إلى صهاري تخزين مخبأة داخل الأشجار الاصطناعية. ثم يتم استخدام هذه المياه المخزنة لري الأشجار المبطنة للأرصفة والحدائق العامة. يشتمل النظام أيضا على آلية لسقاية الطيور مما يعزز تصميمه الصديق للبيئة. ومن خلال استغلال المياه المهدرة والضغط الناتج عن المركبات المارة يقدم هذا الاختراع حلا فعالا من حيث التكلفة وصديقا للبيئة لطرق الري التقليدية، مما يساهم بشكل كبير في جهود الحفاظ على المياه. مقدمة. وفي خضم المخاوف المتزايدة بشأن ندرة المياه تعتبر أساليب الري الفعالة ضرورية لتحقيق التنمية الحضرية والريفية المستدامة. تعتمد أنظمة الري التقليدية في كثير من الأحيان على استهلاك كميات كبيرة من المياه والبنية التحتية المعقدة، مما يؤدي إلى استخدام غير مستدام للمياه وأضرار بيئية، وهذا يتطلب تطوير حلول مبتكرة تعالج هذه القيود. تقدم هذه الورقة البحثية جهازا جديدا للري الذاتي يستخدم المطبات الاصطناعية على الطرق لضخ المياه، وبالتالي تقليل هدر المياه واستهلاك الطاقة. يقدم هذا النظام حلا مستداما وفعالا من حيث التكلفة لري الأشجار في الأماكن العامة والحدائق، ومن خلال الاستفادة من الضغط الناتج عن مرور المركبات فوق المطبات يلغي الجهاز الحاجة إلى مصادر طاقة خارجية أو العمل اليدوي، مما يجعله حل ري صديق للبيئة وفعال. مراجعة الأدبيات. حاولت العديد من التقنيات الحالية مواجهة تحديات الري الآلي والمستدام، ومع ذلك غالبا ما تكون لهذه التقنيات قيود تحد من اعتمادها على نطاق واسع. أنظمة الري الآلية براءة اختراع الصينية ورقمها 20-22-22-34-30-90.7 تصف نظام الري الآلي المصمم لاستخدام السكني، ومع ذلك يتطلب تشغيل هذا النظام الكهرباء، مما يزيد من استهلاك الطاقة ويحد من إمكانية تطبيقه في المناطق التي لا يوجد بها مصدر طاقة موثوقة. مزارعات ذاتية السقي تصف بالطلب براءة اختراع الأوروبي ورقمها 0-70-180-65 زراعا ذاتيا ومكتفيا ذاتيا، في حين أن هذا الاختراع يقدم حلا للنباتات الفردية، إلا أنه غير مناسب لري الأشجار والحدائق العامة على نطاق واسع. حصاد الطاقة من المطبات السريعة. يصف هذا المنشور الدولي WO 20-13-162-138 طريقة لتوليد الكهرباء باستخدام المطبات السريعة، في حين يوضح هذا الاختراع إمكانية تسخير الطاقة من تدفق حركة المرور، إلا أنه لا يلبي الاحتياجات المحددة لأنظمة الري. أجهزة سقاية الطيور الأوتوماتيكية. تصف براءة الاختراع الصينية X.17-103-187-62 جهاز سقاية الطيور الأوتوماتيكي الذي يتطلب إعادة التعبئة اليدوية، وفي المقابل فإن آلية سقاية الطيور المدمجة في الجهاز المقترح يستخدم نفس مصادر المياه الذي يستخدمه نظام الري، مما يجعله مكتفيا ذاتيا تماما. يتغلب جهاز الري الذاتي المقترح على هذه القيود من خلال استخدام مزيج فريد من المواد المتاحة بسهولة ومميزات التصميم المبتكرة، ومن خلال تسخير الضغط الناتج عن مرور المركبات واستخدام مصادر المياه المستدامة مثل محطات تحلية المياه أو آليات جمع الندى. يوفر هذا الاختراع نهجا أكثر كفاءة وصديقا للبيئة وللري. المواد والأساليب. يتكون جهاز الري الذاتي المقترح من مكونات رئيسية التالية: 1. المطبات الاصطناعية. الشكل 1 يتم وضع مطبات السرعة المعدلة هذه بشكل استراتيجي على الطرق لتوليد الضغط عند مرور المركبات فوقها. يشتمل تصميم المطب على آلية لضبط ارتفاعه وانخفاضه 52، مما يسمح بإخراج ضغط مخصص بناء على ظروف حركة المرور والاحتياجات المحددة لنظام الري. 2. نظام جمع المياه. يتم الحصول على المياه من محطات تحلية المياه أو أجهزة جمع الندى، مما يضمن إمدادات مياه مستدامة لأغراض الري، ويقلل هذا النهج من الاعتماد على مصادر المياه التقليدية، ويعزز الإدارة المسؤولة عن المياه. 3. صهاريج التخزين. الشكل 1 جيم مخبأة داخل الأشجار الاصطناعية. تقوم هذه الصهاريج بتخزين المياه التي يتم ضخها حتى تكون هنالك حاجة إليها للري. تخدم الأشجار الاصطناعية غرضا مزدوجا: توفير مسكن سري لخزانات المياه، وتعزيز المظهر الجمالي للمناظر الطبيعية الحضرية. 4. شبكة الري. تعمل شبكة من الأنابيب أو أنظمة الري بالتنقيط على توصيل المياه بكفاءة من الخزانات إلى الأشجار والنباتات. يعمل نظام الري بالتنقيط على تقليل هدر المياه عن طريق توصيل المياه مباشرة. 5. آلية سقي الطيور. الشكل 1 جيم يوفر النظام المتكامل مصدرا للمياه للطيور، مما يعزز التنوع البيولوجي والتوازن البيئي. تسلط هذه الميزة الضوء على اهتمام الجهاز بالنظام البيئي الأوسع والتزامه بالممارسات المستدامة. 6. آلية التحكم. الشكل 1 باء يشتمل النظام على آلية تحكم تنظيم تدفق المياه من المطب الاصطناعي إلى صهاريج التخزين. عندما تمر المركبة فوق المطب تقوم بتنشيط صمام 3 الذي يسمح بتدفق المياه من مصدر المياه الرئيسي 2 إلى نظام الري. يتم توصيل الصمام بالنتوء عن طريق قضيب مفصلي 5، مما يضمن بدء تدفق المياه فقط عند تطبيق الضغط على النتوء. 7. نظام الضخ. الشكل 2 باء نظام الضخ المسؤول عن نقل المياه من النتوء الاصطناعي إلى صهاريج التخزين. يستخدم النظام مزيجا من ضغط الهواء والماء لتحريك المياه بكفاءة عبر شبكة الري. عندما يصل مستوى الماء في المضخة 44 إلى حد معين، يتم تنشيط مضخة الهواء 45 التي تضغط على النظام وتدفع المياه عبر أنابيب الري 60. 8. تنظيم ضغط الهواء. الشكل 2 ألف يتضمن نظام آلية لتنظيم ضغط الهواء داخل نظام الضخ. تعمل النتوءات الصغيرة 43 بالقرب من النتوء الاصطناعي الرئيسي كمضخات هواء، حيث تقوم بتزويد الأسطوانة الرئيسية 41 بالهواء. يقوم جهاز تفريغ الهواء 54 بتحرير الهواء الزائد، مما يضمن احتفاظ النظام بضغط التشغيل الأمثل. تعتبر هذه الآلية ضرورية لمنع تلف النظام وضمان نقل المياه بكفاءة عالية. يوفر جهاز الري الذاتي العديد من المزايا مقارنة بأنظمة الري التقليدية. الحفاظ على المياه من خلال الاستفادة من المياه المهدرة والضغط الناتج عن المركبات المارة. يقلل الجهاز بشكل كبير من استهلاك المياه مقارنة بالطرق التقليدية. ويعزز نظام الري بالتنقيط جهود الحفاظ على المياه عن طريق تقليل التبخر والجريان السطحي. فعالية التكلفة. يلغي النظام الحاجة إلى الكهرباء أو العمالة اليدوية لأغراض الري، مما يؤدي إلى توفير كبير في التكلفة على المدى الطويل. إن طبيعة الاكتفاء الذاتي للجهاز تقلل من متطلبات الصيانة ونفقات التشغيل. الصداقة البيئية. يعزز الجهاز الاستدامة من خلال الاستفادة من مصادر المياه المتجددة وتقليل الاعتماد على الطاقة. ويتوافق تصميمه مع المبادئ الصديقة للبيئة، ويساهم في تقليل انبعاثات الكربون المرتبطة بطرق الري التقليدية. تقليل تعطيل حركة المرور. يلغي النظام الحاجة إلى المركبات الري، مما يقلل من الازدحام المروري والمخاطر المحتملة على الطرق، وهذا يساهم في تدفق حركة المرور بشكل أكثر سلاسة وتحسين السلامة على الطرق. التوعية العامة. إن الوجود الواضح للأشجار الاصطناعية وطريقة الري المبتكرة يعمل على رفع مستوى الوعي حول الحفاظ على المياه بين عامة الناس. يعمل الجهاز بمثابة تذكير مرئي بأهمية الممارسات المستدامة في البيئات الحضرية. مقارنة كفاءة استخدام المياه في تقنيات الري المختلفة. تقنية الري بالتنقيط. كفاءة الاستخدام من 90 إلى 95. المميزات الرئيسية: يوصل الماء مباشرة إلى منطقة الجذور مما يقلل التبخر. تقنية الري بالرش من 60 إلى 75 يحاكي هطول الأمطار مناسبة لمختلف المحاصيل، ولكنها يمكن أن تؤدي إلى خسائر التبخر. الري السطحي من 50 إلى 70 يستخدم الجاذبية لتوزيع المياه، تختلف الكفاءة حسب نوع التربة والمنحدر. تقنية الري تحت السطح من 80 إلى 90 يوصل الماء تحت سطح التربة ويقلل من التبخر والجريان السطحي. حصاد مياه الأمطار يختلف، يلتقط ويخزن مياه الأمطار لاستخدامها لاحقا. تعتمد الكفاءة على تصميم نظام التجميع. الاستنتاجات: يقدم جهاز الري الذاتي المعروض في هذه الورقة حلا واعدا لمواجهة تحديات استدامة المياه في المناظر الطبيعية والحضرية والريفية، ويوفر تصميمه المبتكر الذي يستخدم المطبات الاصطناعية ونظام المياه ذو الحلقة المغلقة بديلا فعالا من حيث التكلفة وصديق للبيئة للطرق الري التقليدية. يتمتع هذا الاختراع بالقدرة على المساهمة بشكل كبير في جهود الحفاظ على المياه وتقليل الاعتماد على أنظمة الري كثيفة الاستهلاك للطاقة، وتعزيز الوعي العام حول ممارسات إدارة المستدامة للمياه. المراجع: 1. أندرسون وكلارك 2021. الاستخدام المستدام للمياه في الزراعة، الاتجاهات والآفاق المستقبلية، مجلة العلوم البيئية وإدارة المياه، المجلد 10 العدد 3 من 67 إلى 89. 2. براون 2022 ممارسة الري المستدامة، التقنيات والتكنولوجيات، إدارة المياه الزراعية، المجلد 45 العدد 2 من صفحة 88 إلى 102. 3. دوسي ولي 2023 حصاد مياه الأمطار حل مستدام، مجلة استدامة المياه، المجلد 5 العدد 1 من صفحة 10 إلى 25. 4. جارسيا وباتيل 2020 الابتكارات في إعادة تدوير المياه، دراسات الحالة والاتجاهات المستقبلية، المجلة الدولية لإدارة المياه، المجلد 7 العدد 4 من صفحة 55 إلى 72. 5. غرين 2019 حصاد مياه الأمطار للاستخدام المنزلي، منظور عالمي، مجلة الحفاظ على المياه، المجلد 8 العدد 4 من 75 إلى 91. جونز 2022 ابتكارات إدارة المياه، مجلة الموارد المائية، المجلد 15 العدد 3 120 إلى 134. 7. كيم ورحمن 2023 الإدارة الذكية للمياه، دمج التكنولوجيا للحلول المستدامة، المجلة الدولية للتكنولوجيا المياه، 17 1 صفحة 42 إلى 61. 8. نغوين وأوبراين 2022 تقنية الري المتقدمة وكفاءة المياه في الزراعة، مجلة الزراعة المستدامة، المجلد 12 العدد 2 30 إلى 50. 9. سميث 2021 دور التكنولوجيا في الممارسات المياه المستدامة، الدراسات البيئية، المجلد 12 العدد 2 من 45 إلى 60. 10. ويليامز وتايلور 2020 تأثير إعادة تدوير المياه على أنظمة المياه في المناطق الحضرية، مجلة المياه والبيئة، المجلد 29 العدد 2 150 إلى 170. الشكل 1 ألف منظر أمامي لمطب صناعي مفتوح مع أنبوب متصل بالصمام. الشكل 1 باء آلية تحكم تنظيم تدفق المياه من المطب الصناعي إلى صهاريج التخزين. طبعا هذا الصورة الثانية للجهاز، فهو يتم وضعه في أماكن معينة بحيث أنها تعمل على سحب مياه دفع المياه. الشكل 1 جيم مقطع عرضي للشجرة الاصطناعية، يظهر الأنبوب من النتوء والعوامة المتصلة بالسدادة وجهاز سقي الطيور. الشكل 2 ألف رسم توضيحي لمطب صغير أو مجموعة من المطبات الصغيرة التي تضخ الهواء داخل الأسطوانة مع جهاز تفريغ الهواء الزائد ومقياس الضغط ولوحة شمسية. الشكل 2ب المضخة ذات العوامة ومضخة الهواء والضغط توضح عملية ضخ المياه عبر أنابيب الري. الشكل 2ج الخزان الموجود بجوار الرصيف مزود بفلتر وجهاز لتفريغ الهواء ومصفاة ووصله للمضخة. طبعا الجهاز الخامس يعمل على سحب مياه الأمطار عند وضعه في أماكن استراتيجية. الشكل الأخير اللي هو 2د نافورة مياه أو مجسم مائي تحتوي على مصفاة ومضخة توربينية مائية ومولد كهرباء لتوليد الكهرباء من أجل تشغيل الحساسات وتشغيل الإنارة. هذا وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. شاكرا لكم على حسن الاستماع والإنصات.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim.
أي سؤال؟
Any questions?
الله يعطيك ألف عافية يا ربي. الدكتورة فريال العدوان من الأردن. سؤالي بحكي ما هو دور التكنولوجيا الحديثة اللي هي IoT بتحسين أنظمة الضخ أو الري؟ وشكرا.
معلش ممكن تعيد السؤال؟
دور التكنولوجيا الحديثة في تحسين أنظمة الضخ أو الري اللي هي IoT.
طبعا الجهاز الذي الحديث اللي مستخدم الآن لا يحتاج إلى كهرباء أو إلى طاقة خارجية، فهو يعمل على سحب مياه الأمطار وأيضا
Maybe you can discuss it offline if you want this question. Okay. Okay. Any another question? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. Tomato irrigation strategies. Our final session before the break explore tomato cultivation under field conditions. Dr. Wadi Asloui from King Saud University will discuss the effects of irrigation regimes on psychology, fruit health, and water use efficiency of tomato genotypes. Please welcome Dr. Wadi.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نشكر وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة وهيئة تنمية البحث والتطوير والابتكار على إتاحة لنا هذه الفرصة لتقديم هذه الدراسة تحت عنوان Effect of Irrigation Regime of Physiological Fruit Yield and Water Efficiency Tomato Genotypes under Field Conditions. المتعارف عليه أن الطماطم تعد واحدة من أهم محاصيل الخضار على نطاق واسع من العالم، وتحتل المرتبة الثانية بعد البطاطس في إنتاج الخضار بالعالم، حيث تنتمي الطماطم إلى العائلة الباذنجانية، وهي عائلة كبيرة جدا تضم نحو 90 جنسا وحوالي 2000 نوع من النباتات. ونشأت الطماطم في منطقة الإنديز بأمريكا الجنوبية، في حين أن زراعة الطماطم كاستئناس يعود إلى أصل مكسيكي، ومن خلال الغزاة الأسبان تم قلب الطماطم إلى أوروبا وأجزاء أخرى من العالم بدءا من العصور المبكرة في القرن السادس عشر. كذا تعتبر ثمار الطماطم فيها تستهلك إما طازجة أو تستخدم في الصناعات الغذائية المختلفة، وتعتبر مصدرا هاما للعناصر الغذائية مثل مضادة الأكسدة المتوفرة في محتويات الليكوبين، والتي لها دور كبير في ووقائي ضد أمراض السرطان وأمراض القلب والأوعية الدموية، كما تحتوي على الفيتامين فيتامين A وفيتامين C، والتي تعتبر مهمة لصحة الإنسان. من حيث الإنتاجية والمساحة في العالم وفي المملكة العربية السعودية، بلغ الإنتاج العالمي للطماطم ما يقارب 186 مليون طن من مساحة قدرت ب5 مليون هكتار، بينما وصل الإنتاج في المملكة العربية السعودية إلى 658 و540 طن من مساحة قدرت ب15208 هكتار، وقد وصل الإنتاج ما يقارب 43 طن للهكتار. لقد أدى التغير المناخي والنمو السكاني المستمر إلى تزايد الطلب على التقنيات والعمليات الجديدة لزيادة الإنتاج الزراعي إلى جانب تناقص المساحة الزراعية الصالحة للزراعة وموارد المياه العذبة. والمتوقع أن تعاني نصف الأراضي الصالحة للزراعة من مشاكل خطيرة بحلول عام 2050 بسبب الإجهاد المائي، ومما لا شك فيه إن أهم مشكلة تعاني منها الأقطار النامية على وجه العموم والوطن العربي على وجه الخصوص هي مشكلة الغذاء. وما يزيد من خطورة هذه المشكلة الزيادة السريعة في السكان، حيث المتوقع أن تصل إلى حوالي 10 مليارات نسمة بحلول عام 2050. ولمواجهة الطلب المتزايد على الغذاء يجب أن يزيد إنتاج الغذاء بنسبة 70%، وأن يتضاعف الإنتاج الزراعي بنسبة 100%. تتعرض المحاصيل الزراعية طبعا للعديد من الإجهادات البيئية مثل الجفاف والملوحة والحرارة، مما يؤثر سلبا على الإنتاجية والجودة لهذه المحاصيل، حيث يعد الجفاف من أهم العوامل البيئية التي تؤثر على إنتاج المحاصيل عالميا. ويعد الجفاف من أهم الإجهادات الغير حيوية التي تحد من إنتاجية المحاصيل في جميع أنحاء العالم. وفي المناطق القاحلة أو المناطق الجافة وشبه الجافة مثل المملكة العربية السعودية يسود نقص المياه والجفاف الصيفي الطويل، فإن ندرة المياه وتكاليف المياه تثير المخاوف المتزايدة، حيث أجبرت هذه التحديات المزارعين على استخدام مياه منخفضة الجودة. لذلك فإن استراتيجية تحمل الجفاف مهمة للغاية في هذه البيئات. وعموما يعتبر نقص المياه تحديا رئيسيا للأمن الغذائي العالمي المستدام، وخاصة في المناطق القاحلة وشبه القاحلة. لقد تضاعفت مشكلة الجفاف في حوالي في ال40 السنة الماضية من 2000 اللي هو من 1977 إلى 2017، وإن 80% من الخسائر في البلدان النامية ناتجة عن مشكلة الجفاف. يؤدي نقص المياه إلى اضطراب معظم العمليات الفسيولوجية والكيميائية والحيوية، وبالتالي يقل من نمو النبات والعائد. وقد تم تقدير أن ما يصل إلى 45% من الأراضي الزراعية في العالم معرضة للجفاف، حيث تؤثر عملية نقص المياه سلبا على امتصاص العناصر بواسطة الجذور والتنظيم الأسموزي والتوازن الكيميائي وانتقال الأيونات. وبالتالي فإن الإجهاد التأكسدي في النباتات والإفراط في إنتاج أنواع الجذور الحرة اللي هي رياكتيف أوكسيجين سبيشيز وأكسدة الدهون في الأغشية الخلوية، حيث تعمل على تعطيل العديد من العمليات الفسيولوجية والكيميائية الحيوية أثناء نقص المياه. ويتمثل التحدي في تحسين تحمل الجفاف هو فهم الآليات المختلفة التي تستجيب بها النباتات لنقص المياه. وبالتالي فإن تحمل النباتات الجفاف هو سمة متعددة الأوجه تشمل العملية الفسيولوجية والمورفولوجية والكيميائية والحيوية. وبالتالي فإن نقص المياه يعد من الإجهادات الغير حيوية الهامة والأكثر تعقيدا، والذي يؤثر على نمو النبات وتطوره، وبالتالي تقليل إنتاجية وجودة المحاصيل في جميع أنحاء العالم. هدفت هذه الدراسة إلى تقييم بعض الصفات الفسيولوجية وإنتاجية الثمار وكفاءة استخدام المياه ل4 تراكيب وراثية من الطماطم مزروعة تحت ظروف الحقل المكشوف استجابة لمستويات ري مختلفة، حيث تم إجراء هذه التجربة في المزرعة البحثية الخاصة بالأبحاث والتجارب الزراعية بمنطقة ديراب التابعة لكلية علوم الأغذية والزراعة جامعة الملك سعود، حيث تم استخدام التراكيب الوراثية 4 تراكيب وراثية كي اس 102 كي اس يو 106 كي اس يو 107 وتي ال 01860. وكانت معاملات الري هي 100% من البخر نتح المرقعي، و75% من البخر نتخ، و50% من الاحتياجات المائية من البخر نتح. حيث تم زراعة الشتلات في البيت المحمي لكافة هذه الأصناف، وبعد حوالي شهر من الزراعة تم نقلها إلى الأرض المستديمة، وبدأنا في معاملة الري بعد حوالي أسبوع من الزراعة. تم قياس الصفات الفسيولوجية التالية للتبادل الغازي، تمثل في الفوتوسينثيز، توتال كوندستانس، ترسبريشن، انترسولار CO2، كلوروفيل اندكس، ليفر ريلتيف ووتر كونتنت، والصفات البيوكيميائية اللي هو سوبر اوكسيد ديسموتيز، كاتاليز، المالندهيد، والبرولين كونتنت، والصفات الانتاجية تمثلت في نسبة العقد وعدد الثمار في النبات وانتاجية النبات والانتاج بالطن بالهكتار، وتم كذلك حساب الووتر افشنسي وكفاءة استهلاك المياه. نتائج الدراسة أوضحت نتائج الدراسة أن لنقص المياه تأثير كبير على العمليات الفسيولوجية، حيث أثرت على الكلوروفيل وكذلك اللي هو المحتوى الماء النسبي، بينما زادت معدل البرولين، وقد تفوق الصنف جي 1 في معظم هذه الصفات اللي هو KSU 102. بالنسبة لصفات التبادل الغازي، فقد أثر نقص المياه على هذه الصفات، فقد انخفضت تحت كمية المياه المنخفضة. وبالنسبة للأصناف فكان الصنف كي 1 متفوق في معظم هذه الصفات مقارنة ببقية الأصناف أو بقية التراكيب الوراثية الأخرى. بالنسبة للصفات البيوكيميائية، نلاحظ أن الإجهاد المائي زاد من نشاط مضادات الأكسدة، كما ذلك زادت المواد المؤكسدة. وقد يلاحظ هنا أن الصنف جي 1 KSU 2 كان زاد فيه نشاط إنزيمات المضادات الأكسدة، مما عمل على كبح المواد المؤكسدة. كذلك كان هناك تأثير معنوي للتداخل بين هذه الأصناف ومعاملات الري لجميع الصفات الفسيولوجية، وكذلك صفات التبادل الغازي وصفات المضادات الأكسدة. فيما يتعلق بالصفات الإنتاجية، تفاوتت نسبة العقد في الثمار، وكانت أعلى نسبة هي في الصنف KSU 102 بنسبة 82%. فيما يتعلق بعدد الثمار في النبات، تفوق الصنف اللي هو G3 على بقية الأصناف من حيث عدد الثمار. وفيما يتعلق بإنتاجية النبات بالكيلو جرام للنبات الواحد، تفوق الصنف KSU 102 بمعدل 4.6 كيلو جرام للنبات. وما يتعلق بالإنتاجية بالطن الهكتار، فقد تفوق أيضا الصنف KSU 102 بإنتاجية وصلت 93 طن بير هكتار. في كفاءة استهلاك المياه كذلك، كل ما نقصت استخدام المياه كل ما زادت الكفاءة، وقد كان لهذا الصنف تفوق عالي في كفاءة استهلاك المياه. التوصيات، الاستهداف والتوصيات. تبين من خلال الدراسة أن التركيب الوراثي KSU 102 أظهر تحملا لمعاملات نقص المياه، وذلك من خلال كبح الجذور الحرة اللي هي المواد المؤكسدة رياكتيف أكسجين سبيشيز، من خلال زيادة نشاط مضادات الأكسدة الإنزيمية تحت نقص المياه. لذلك يمكن استخدامه في المزيد من الدراسات الفسيولوجية وبرامج التربية لتطوير أصناف طماطم متحملة للجفاف في المناطق القاحلة. كما يمكن التوصية بالري بمعدل 75% لإنتاج طماطم في ظل ظروف الحقل المكشوف، لأنها تعزز من كفاءة استهلاك المياه. بالإضافة إلى ذلك لم يقلل هذا المستوى من الري من محصول الثمار مقارنة بمعاملة الكنترول. شكرا لكم على حسن الإصغاء والمتابعة.
Thank you, Dr. Wadia. Any questions? Okay, thank you, Dr. Wadia. يعطيك العافية. before we go to for break, we would like now I would like to call the Saudi Agri-Food Tech Alliance Director, Mr. Mark Hall, to distribute the certificates for speakers. I would like to call the speakers to get their certificates on the stage. Can I please have Dr. Christina Barrow, please come to the stage. Dr. Muhammad Bashir, please come to the stage. Dr. Muhammad Ruqa. دكتور حسن عباس. دكتور إبراهيم أبو الحسن. دكتور وديع الصلوي. And finally, we want to announce about the Best Paper Award. It goes for Dr. Hassan Abbas. Also, we have Farial Al-Adwan. Come to the stage, please. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for everyone. And see you after break, inshallah. يعطيكم العافية. Welcome back, everyone. We will start our next session, examines the impact of treated wastewater on the vegetative growth of red dragon fruit in Asir region. Please welcome Dr. Afra Mirghani Mohammed from King Khalid University to share her findings.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good afternoon, everyone. Impact of treated wastewater on vegetative growth of red dragon fruit, Oasis consistencies in Asir region. This research explores this transforms potential of treated wastewater initiatives the vegetative growth of red dragon fruit Oasis consistencies in Asir region, turning water security into opportunity for sustainable innovation by improving response efficiency, security, and supporting sustainable agriculture. The study addressing key global goals such as SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, and SDG 30, climate action. And elegant seamlessly Saudi Arabian Visions 2030. By promotion biodiversity, climate resilience, and environmental stewardship, beyond taking water challenges, this works how innovation can cultivation, thriving ecosystem, resilient food system, and commitment refining the future of agriculture in harmony with nature. A groundbreaking experiment was connected master's student for King Khalid University in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture at the world's largest field farm for treated wastewater, which they lasted in Guinness World Records. The research made to compare the growth of dragon fruit irrigated with treated wastewater versus groundwater. This study not only advanced our understanding on sustainable irrigation particulars, but also shows the potential of treated wastewater in improving agriculture productivity. This collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture has a critical role in innovation in addressing water security, food security. The success of this research is the importance of intelligent renewable water source of sustainable farming solutions. Abstract Oasis consistencies, commonly known red dragon fruit, belong to cactus family and recognized for high oxidant content and rich minerals composition. This space demonstrates scientific results to harsh environmental conditions. However, the growing security for fresh water and the increasing production of wastewater substantial challenge to sustainable agriculture. This study and investigated the impact of treat wastewater irrigation on the growth of Holicrus costaricensis in the Ashir region, characterized by diverse climate conditions. We compared the vegetative growth of plants irrigated with treat wastewater versus those irrigated with groundwater, assessing parameters such as plant height, diameter, and number of branches. Results indicated that plants irrigated with treat water exhibited superior vegetative growth compared to those receiving groundwater. This finding suggests the red dragon fruit as the promising crop for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, offering adaptability to various environmental conditions, low water consumption, and high nutritional value. The promotion of this crop could both economic, environmental sustainability, and in agriculture development. Significance of this study. The funding of this study are expert significantly to the understanding of Holicrus costaricensis as available crop for sustainable agriculture, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. By demonstration, the potential benefit of treat water irrigation, this research may including farmers to agriculture policy marks to adapt evaluated agricultural practices. They promote water conservation and crop productivity. Additionally, this study underscores the importance of integrated treated wastewater management into agricultural strategies, which they can lead the more sustainable food production system. This relevance is particularly in the context to global water security and need for resilient agriculture practices that can withstand environmental challenges. Material and methods. This study focused the growth response of Holicrus costaricensis in the Asir region, located in the southern part of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This region spans area of 76,693 kilometers, situated between latitude 70.25 and 90.5 north and longitude 15 and 41. The elevation research experimentally 2,000 meters above sea level, concentrating decent climate before characterized by middle temperature compared to the area in the kingdom. Notability made summer temperature in the mountain parks of Asir do not exceed 24 and the average temperature in about 10 lower than that of other regions, making a variable environmental for agriculture. The result, plant high enhancement the Holicrus costaricensis using treat water climate controlled greenhouses. This study high significant impact treat wastewater irrigation on the growth on Holicrus costaricensis red dragon fruit plant irrigated treated water research on average high to 273.4 centimeters. Those irrigated with groundwater, which average only 70.3 centimeters. The nitrate-rich composition of the treated water, particularly nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, coupled with the plant's high nitrate uptake efficiency. In a high system diameter helichrous costarricensis treatment water irrigation. Irrigation with the treat wastewater significantly increased the same diameter of helichrous costarricensis plant climate controlled greenhouses irrigated with treat water BCD, except the largest average stem diameter of 37.8 centimeters compared to 15.2 centimeters outdoor plants irrigated with groundwater AOD. The consist temperature, humidity, and nitrate treated water greenhouses promoted robust stem growth, enhancing structure integrate the natural storage capacity. This finding highlight the rule the controlled environmental natural irrigation employing crop vigor productivity unsustainable protect water scarce regions. The result, the average of number of branch F showed that the control group plants grown in Ali Sarhan farm, irrigated with ground water ACNF, had an average of 2 branches per plant. In controlled, they control group plants for Wadi bin Hashbal farms irrigated with treated water BOF had average of 0 branches because they were burnt regularly. Chemical of analysis, Helichrous costarricensis fruit irrigated with treated water and groundwater. Analysis revealed the heavy metals concentration in the Helichrous irrigated with treated wastewater were low within international standards, as verified by Arab Center for the Study of Arid Zones like calcium, copper, potassium, and zinc. We layer in treated wastewater irrigated plants compared groundwater irrigated one to fertilizer application in the latter. Magnesium concentration remained constant at 0.06% in both treatment. This finding confirmed treated wastewater as sustainable irrigation score, enabling expand cultivation in arid regions, enhance agriculture productivity, and fresh water for initial uses. Conclusion. This study provides compelling evidence that irrigation with treated wastewater significantly improve the growth performance of Helichrous costarricensis compared to groundwater irrigation. This result support the adoption of treated wastewater as available irrigation strategy in arid and semi-arid regions, offers both environmental and economic benefits. Future research should explore the long-term effect of treated wastewater on fruit yield and quality, as well as potential for cycling this practice across different regions and crops.
Thank you, Dr. Afra. Any question from the audience? Any question? Okay, thank you. Mangrove endophytes. Our next speaker, Dr. Amal Al-Ghamdi, graduated from KAUST, will take us into the world of mangrove endophytes and their ability to enhance rice yield while convening flooding and salt tolerance. Please welcome Dr. Amal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I am excited to share our groundbreaking discovery titled Mangrove Endophytes Enhance Yield and Convey Flooding in Salt Tolerance in rice, Nippon Pari rice. It's not working.
You just sent me the link.
It's over. So I have great news. My presentation is not ready for some technical problem. So I will start explain what I did. So given the massive global challenges of the food security, securing yield is of primary importance in agriculture. Crop loss yield projected to over 50% by 2080, and this is an issue with a burgeoning population reaching 10 billion by 2100. For example, rice farmers in low-lying land of sub-Saharan Africa have significant loss of rice crop yield from 3 to 6 tons to 1 to 2 tons every year per hectare, and this is mainly due to the salt level rise resulted in flooding, saltwater intrusion, and prolonged dry seasons. Also, it's crucial for Nigerian farmers who had to abandon up to 30 hectares of their field every year. So actions are required since Nigeria is a main continent producer of rice, and there is millions of Nigerians lack food and millions of children are malnourished. In this research, we tested what's happening in the stressed plant. The stressed plant are suffering from high salinity. They as a result from the sodium accumulation, and this lead to inhibiting the soil water aeration and porosity and water availability. This also has an adverse effect on the potassium nutrition, cytosolic activity, and photosynthesis. Also, the oxidative stress enhance the reactive oxygen species, and this lead to damage of the cell membrane, lipids, and nucleic acid. In addition, the saturation for soils leading to low oxygen supply or waterlogging, and this also inhibit the nutrient effusion, restricted gas diffusion, and also increase the radial oxygen loss and increase the anaerobic metabolism. The combination of these two stresses lead to stomatal conductivity closure and also decrease the photosynthesis. We believe that some plants are having this or damage as a resulted from this waterlogging and high salinity and inducing hypoxia. Other plants may resist or survive or even thrive under these conditions. For example, in our lab, we have a huge collection of bacteria isolated from desert plant, and they are able to help other crop plants. Our hypothesis in my research that halophytes, Avicennia marina, mangrove, are hotspot for biodiversity and the niche for innovative discovery for microbiome that is able to help other crop plants to become more resilient to stresses and have better yield. So we did this in 3 different approaches. First, we choose the Nippon Pari rice because it's a well-studied variety of rice japonica, and it has a fully sequenced genome. It's also having similarities of 70% of the differentially expressed genes under salinity. It is a reference genome for breeding and genomic studies for rice. In agricultural studies, the Nippon Pari rice is a reference for the other varieties, and all the insights coming from this research aid the developing of improved rice varieties worldwide. So the first approach, we go to the coastal area of the Red Sea, mangrove seedlings, and we choose the different compartment to isolate the microbial content from that different compartments, including leaves, roots, rhizoplane, rhizosphere, and unvegetative bulk soil. And then we extracted the DNA from this compartment, identify them, and then we highlight the significant taxa from this collection. Also, we studied the functional analysis. In the first result, we found that the collection we have are mainly affiliated with proteobacteria, and other phyla were also presented. We recovered successfully over 40 phyla, and we have reached a very high number of ASVs, which is the technique we've studied this microbiome depending on. And we have 10 to power 5 ASVs, or species differences. After that, we try to study the differences. Now it's working here, but not here. So I will try to catch up. So yeah, after that, we, I don't know where I am. We studied how this microbiome differ between the compartments, and we used the alpha diversity indices, and we found that the richness of the ASVs was highest in the bulk soil, rhizosphere, and rhizoplane, and it was very little compared to these in the endophytes, the roots and leaves. And this is suggesting that plant has a selective pressure to microbial entry only for mutualistic interrelationships and for nutrient access. After that, we looked at the functionalities of this microbiome, and we did test the cluster of autologous of protein, and we highlighted some functions that we concluded that they will help in the plant, in the mangrove growth in these different conditions. After that, we did test the ability of our collection of the bacteria. And we need to see these bacteria and isolate them. So we did cultural dependent analysis, and we have a number of 256 strains. And we tried to differ them genetically, and we have generated 16S phylogenetic tree. They were mainly affiliated with proteobacteria, same as the cultural independent, and they were mainly provided from the rhizosphere and the rhizoplane, and very few number of bacteria were derived from the endophytes. They were also positive to plant growth promoting traits, and they have a number 80% positive for CD4 production, which is important for iron availability for the plant, and pectinase production, which is important for the attachment and entry to the plant cells. They will also, 50% of them positive for the indole acetic acid, which is one of auxin hormone derivatives important for plant growth. Okay, by reaching this point, we tried to shortlist this number by using the test on model plants. We tested the beneficial effect on a model plant called Arabidopsis thaliana, and after that we moved to other crop plants, which is rice, the Nippon Paris variety, and we did this experiment. I wish if I can show you. We did this experiment in hydroponic system and in the greenhouse. And we check different parameters. The biomass. Okay, they will put the presentation, so it's good for the last, I mean, how many minutes? Okay, I should wait. Sorry. Okay. So, can I go back, or there is no time? Okay. Okay. So this is the title, and then I'm showing here the effect of the salinity. So we go. Okay. I reached the last part. Okay. Yeah. Here we have different parameters that we are looking for. The yield, the biomass, measurements, which is root and shoot, fresh and dry weight. And then we did the yield analysis. We have some components of the yield that we measure, and we compare it with the control. After that, we do physiological assessment by checking the photosynthesis rate and the stress response evaluation. This is what I was explaining. We did this experiment using first the colonization, when we mix our bacteria with sterilized rice seeds, and after growing 5 days, then we transfer them either to hydroponic system or to greenhouse. In the hydroponic system, we use the Hoagland solution acid nutrition, the same for greenhouse, but the duration is different to reach the yield in the greenhouse. Short point. Okay. So this was the result of the first hydroponic experiment. We, as I said before, we shortlisted our collection to 8 bacteria, and we compared the mock in yellow with these 8 bacteria, and we have seen these two levels of figure, the top showing the effect of these bacteria on the normal condition without salt. And the parameters we tested is the shoot and root, fresh weight, and the number of tillers. The tillers are the leaves that is carrying structure called panicles, which have the grains. So in the normal condition, there is no significant in the shoot fresh weight, but there is 6 bacteria showing significant enhancement in the root fresh weight, and 2 only of these bacteria showing increase in the number of tillers. Below, we can see the effect on the under the saline conditions of the same bacteria. The same pattern, we can see the same 2 bacteria are showing significant enhancement of the shoot, root fresh weight, and the number of tillers. So we can conclude that there are 8 of our bacteria that is able to enhance the Rhiza sativa, or the rice, the variety we are using. Then we became interested in these 2 bacteria, and we did a whole genome sequencing of them. We found many evidences of their ability to tolerate stress and having this plant growth promotion traits. Then we become interested in these 2 bacteria more, and we did another experiment using these 2 bacteria and their synthetic community, 1-to-1. In the left side, you can see the images of the plant. Beginning from the left is the control, and then bacteria number 1, AK164 and AK171, and the synthetic community in the end. And we found that using this synthetic community significantly enhanced both shoot, root, dry weight, and the number of tillers. In the same The same pattern was found in the saline conditions. For the two bacteria, they enhance the shoot and root dry weight, the biomass, and the number of tillers, the reproductivity leaves. After that, we moved to the greenhouse result. We tried to see the effect, and we added more parameters here, including the tillers, and what is in the middle is the panicles, that is a structure carrying the grains, and the size and the length of the grains. From the left, you can see the synthetic immunity significantly enhanced the number of tillers, and here there is significant enhance in the number of tillers per plant and the number of spikelets per panicles. At the end, you can see the effect comparing mock or control with the synthetic immunity on the size of 50 grains and the length of 10 seeds. Below, you can see the significant enhancement of the synthetic immunity treated plant compared to the control in number of grains per plant and weight of grains per plant. We may say that our synthetic community enhanced the biomass and the productivity and number and length of the grains of this rice variety. In the same experiment, we did use the saline conditions, and here we're comparing again the control with the synthetic community treated plant, the number of tillers, which is significantly enhanced, and also number of panicles, number of spikelets per plant, and finally the number of seeds per plant. And then we conclude that this also, the synthetic community enhanced the salt tolerance of this variety. The main character we found that is our synthetic community is reducing the time for flowering onset. So the plant treated with this synthetic community compared to the mock in the yellow have one more in advance of flowering onset in the normal condition and 14 days in the salinity conditions. So farmers will have one more harvest per year. Oh, sorry. So the main feature of this research that our synthetic community are able to enhance the yield by having double biomass compared to the control, 4 times panicles, and 10 times panicle and 4 times yield more. As you can see in this image, without our bacteria, the plant is almost sick and almost dead. When we use the synthetic community with the rice seeds, the plants are having better growth and productivity. Conclusion, I can conclude that our synthetic community is an eco-friendly solution. We can use it to enhance crop and make the crops more resilient. But also we can test our synthetic community to improve the growth of other stable crops as wheat and mainly the Hassawi rice in the eastern region. We can also suggest other stable crops. The perspective and future direction. This research also benefit directly the Saudi Green Initiative and the 2030 vision of mangrove plantation in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Finally, I would like to end with this slide. So we prove that our synthetic community will help in enhancing the crop yield, make the rice more resilient, but also it is good for securing food and aiding the carbon sequestration, as well as having a new genera of antimicrobial agents. So the cost-benefit analysis, we have to study the economical viability of this new technique, compare the short-term with long-term benefits. At the end, we have some policy recommendation about putting sustainable agriculture guidelines and try to reduce the reliance on chemicals as fertilizers and pesticides, and we try to incorporate our synthetic community in the pest management. Thank you so much. I would like to end with thanking my employer, King Saud University, my, my previous PI in Kingdom, King Abdullah, University of Science and Technology, the core labs in KAUST, Greenhouse, and next generation sequencing core lab, my professors, Prof. Herbert, Dr. Majid, and Sabiha, and all lab members. Thank you so much for the opportunity today. I would like to do it more better, but things happened, and thank you so much for your listening.
Special thanks for you, Dr. Amal, to provide us all this information without your slide through the technical issue, and you solve all the issues by your information. Thank you so much. And the time right now for questions from the audience.
Hi. Hello, Amal. Very nice indeed. 2 questions. Have you actually proved it in other crops besides the rice? And second question, have you already studied the mechanism? What is the potential?
Yeah. For the first question, we did with Dr. Magid, and it's still in the process. We don't have the data yet. The second question, yes, of course, we did the mechanism, but it's I didn't present it here. We found out there is differences in genetic structure and the morphology of the roots that makes the plant more able to grow in these very hard conditions. And also there are many differential express genes related to the circadian cycle of the plants, which is improving the productivity and the flowering onset, what we see in the greenhouse results. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well done. That was hard work. I just wanted to know what other crops besides wheat and rice that you mentioned, are there any other crops that might benefit from this technology?
First of all, mangrove. I'm planning to test it on mangrove because it's the plant we derive it from, and other rice varieties also we have tested. In my coming research, I have a plan to also look at the crops that is needed by the kingdom now, like sesame and other, so we can test them, and we just need the greenhouse varieties. So yeah, we are planning to do this, but it's still in the process. This is really important because this collection, having this symbiotic reaction, they help the plants for nutrient uptake by phosphate solubilization and nitrogen fixation. They also help improve plant health by producing bioactive compounds that is helping to inhibit pathogens. So also the mangrove is living, our mangrove is having a lot of contamination with heavy metals. So the mangrove itself is suffering from high salinity and heavy metals. And I believe this collection has more capabilities that we can use to reduce contamination in the farming soils.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Here. I want to ask you, which type of a program did you use when you analysis the yield crop production?
Program?
Yes.
We didn't use program. We used our, we count the seeds and
no analysis?
Yeah, we did analysis. What do you mean by?
Program, no program use?
I use a GraphPad. If this is what you mean.
Okay.
We just take photos of and we measure them with meters and count the seeds.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's no electric. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
I would like to thank Doctor. He is one of the people who helped me with rice. I have to thank him.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Amal. Peer millet genome advancements. For our next presentation, we welcome Dr. Derry Alvarez from KAUST, who will discuss the generation of platinum-grade genomes to facilitate the improvement of peer millet. Derry, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. I will present one of our projects. As if some of you attend yesterday's presentation of Mohamed Jamil, I will try, or our focus in our lab is to get more insight of the mechanistic. So it's very nice that Dr. Amal present this nice work, because I will try to explain a little bit more mechanistic what are happening in before the application of these new techniques or different microorganisms, or different how to explain what is happening in the plant, to how to tackle these important problems that yesterday Mohamed Jamil presented. What is the problem about Striga, but also the certification, and also there's another problems like scarce of water. So I will try to explain a mechanistic, but using different crop. In this case, we are working with pear millet. So pear millet is like an orphan crop. One of the things is the 6 most important cereal behind the well-known crops like rice, wheat, maize, barley, and sorghum. So to have an idea, these are the different names that you will understand better how pear millet called. Bulrush in English, Bahra in Hindi, Duham in Arabic. I know that I think if you can pass one of the shop have a pear millet cake. It's really nice. So some of them are familiarized with this flour or pear millet. So one of the important of pear millet is a very resilient plant. It can grow in very hostile conditions, in high temperature, very poor soil, and no need a lot of water. And also, they have a different characteristic, how they became or how they adapt to a drought stress. One of the important things is they tackle in different conditions. One is in short term. They change the stomatal closure. If some of you are related with ABA system, so once the ABA, the plant receives this interaction of ROS, the production that this is the oxygen species that make like a stress of the plant will close the stomatal, that is they cannot leave the water out, so they can grow better in conditions that are with less water. Also in long term, they have an adaptation in the root system, also in the shoot system, and in the flowering plasticity. So the plant is adapted very well to these harsh conditions. Other thing that nobody is taking in account, or the majority of people doesn't know, is like the nutrient content. Pear millet is a very nutritious crop. They have a high fatty acids, also have iron, zinc, micronutrient very necessary for nutrition, and they have similar other nutrition as different crops, in special with wheat, rice, and sorghum. In Saudi Arabia, there's a segment that produces pear millet. Usually is segmented in different millets. I am talking in pear millet, but millets are different kind of crops. They have finger millet, proso millet, foxtail millet. They are all in the same family. And they have different applications. Mainly is in the flower, and then eventually one of the important things is the production of pearl millet because of the adaptability to the desert conditions. So to have an idea where is produced the pearl millet, this is the area that produced in Saudi Arabia, basically in the area of Algae, Mecca, Yazan. This is the area that they produce cereals and also pearl millet. The focus is to increase this productivity by 20%. As Jamil mentioned, one of the problems with pearl millet, or in general in desert agriculture and in different countries as Africa, is the problematic with the striga. We want to explain why or how to tackle this problem in terms of mechanistic and biosynthesis of the compounds. I will not enter very detail in the striga cycle, but it's one of the very problematic parasitic plants, and affect also pearl millet in Africa is a big problem. So we are trying to understand not only the application of how to kill the striga, but what is happening in the normal condition in the plants. Why the plants get attacked by this parasitic weed. As we know, plants cannot move, but they interact each other, and not only interact above ground. Underground is very important. As Amal mentioned in the past talk, they have several big community that is interacting above ground. This is our focus. The plants also, if the plants know that they will attack with the parasitic plant, they will not release these specific compounds, right? So these compounds are not only for parasitic plants. This is the adaptation of parasitic plants to attack our plants or our crops. They use this specific compound to attract beneficial microorganisms, like Amal present in the talk before. In this case, for one example of the molecules that we are talking is strigolactons, is an hormone that the plant release when the plant are under stress. In this case, under phosphate starvation, the plant feel that, and the sense is, I need something to help me with the phosphate, right? Excuse me. So what the plants do? The plants sense that they have a small amount or a problem with the phosphate starvation. They release these compounds that are strigolactone, and they attract the AMF, that is arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi. These arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi, that is these are the ones that will help the plant in terms of the plants give them nutrients, but in this case, it's not like the parasitic weed. The parasitic weed will kill the plant, but in this case, the fungi will help the plant with the nutrient, in this case, phosphate, and then the plant will give them water and other resources. Also, we know that this strigolactone also regulate other plants. They are interacting in above ground with other plants and sensing what is happening above ground. So, discussing about that, more specifically, the strigolactone hormones. These hormones is not only important above ground. The plants is very important for as a growth regulator, and when the plant have deficient or are with high amount of strigolactone, you will see how the phenotypically will change. If they have low strigolactone, they have high branches. If they have high strigolactone, they have less branches. And also, the most important, or the things that I will explain a little bit in detail, is what these kind of molecules are important. To make a little bit more complex, strigolactone is not like one molecule and one hormone. They start from, if you have a little bit of knowledge about the carotenoids in general, these are carotenoid-derived molecules. These start with carotenoid and have several steps until the first known strigolactone, or the more simple, that is carlactone, that is here in the main one. But after that, there's a complex that divides in two main topics. One is canonical and non-canonical. As Jamil explained yesterday, the canonical part are the one that have the different rings, and they are also known as a striga germination. But also the non-canonical that are this part as here also increase the striga susceptibility. So this happens in different plants, not only in crops, in monocots and dicots. This is a very ample spectrum about the different compounds, and we are trying to learn what is the important in terms of the canonical and non-canonical, and which one triggers the beneficial community and which one triggers the parasitic community. So after that, we use per millet as a model because in the nature, we found that two different lines, in this case, AW and P10, one of them, they are phenotypically different. But what is the main characteristic is one is susceptible and one no, in nature. So what we did, we checked what happened in terms of the compounds. We checked what is the striga germination rate. We saw that the P10 is completely affected and AW is not affected. But also, we saw that the compound, if you see in the graph in the right, orobanhol is one of the canonical strigolactone, and you see that one of the plants produce a lot, and they are not being susceptible to striga. And when we check what happened, one P10 is producing one new strigolactone, and this is the characteristic. We call this new strigolactone penilactone. After that, we checked and we saw that the susceptibility with the striga in terms of tiller number, striga germination, and what we did with that. We sequenced complete genome of these two lines. And what we found that specifically in the P10, the one that produced this new compound, have a big fragment of DNA that the AW doesn't have. We go more in detail, what is these genes making? What is the difference in this gene? We choose one of the genes that is a methyltransferase, and we study this specific gene. Also, we choose a panel of different per millets that are already sequenced, and we check the strigolactones content. When we check the strigolactone content, we saw that the one that produced the new strigolactone are more susceptible to striga than the one that doesn't have this gene. So this gene is very important for the striga susceptibility. After that, we did the biochemistry, and we end up with this pathway. The pathway that produced the AW and the one that produced the new penilactone, that are the one that make the plant susceptible to the striga. And this gene is very important in terms to produce this new strigolactones. So at the end, we want to explain mechanistically and all the biosynthesis of these strigolactones in order to, at the end, try to explain with new genetic molecule approach how to do genomic editing, for example, to produce new plants without susceptibility, or know the traits like I showed in the slide before, the naturally plants of the natural accession that doesn't have this gene, and then we can do cross and make the plants overcome the problem with the striga. Also to mention that strigolactones not only are above ground, but I mentioned the phenotypically are very different. So one of the characteristics of strigolactons are the phenotypic characteristic, the tillering. If we affect the strigolacton, also we can affect the phenotypic characteristic of the plant. This is very important for better yield in terms of application. Also, these are very important in the symbiosis with the fungi. So if we found which of these strigolactons are important in the symbiosis with the fungi, it will be very beneficial because then the plant will be more healthy and we can also tackle the problem with the striga. So after that, I want to say thank you to Professor Salim Al-Babili in the Chaos University, also all the bioactive lab members, Chaos, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the organizer of the Research Development and Innovation Authority, Striga Solution, and all of you for being here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Any questions?
Thank you, Derry, for the presentation. My question might seem naive, but can you please elaborate on the meaning of platinum grade genome?
Yeah, the platinum grade means that usually, well, in the technologies before, when they sequence the genomes, they have several gaps. In this case, we have like they call. I am not an expert in genome, in genome, but this means that you don't have any this kind of gaps. You have like telomere to telomere a complete genome. So in this case, compared with the sequence that we had before, they have so many gaps, and you cannot have this specifically. We found this gap in 2 different lines that with the updated technology, you never found it. So it's to have a better genome that now with this genome are already uploaded for the community. So all the future research in per millet, you can found the genome, check that these genes are specifically, and then, for example, the genome that the gene that I mentioned, the methyltransferase, then you can check that the variety that you have this gene or not have this gene. This means that this gene can be, or your line can be susceptible to a striga. That's more specific, that is very well genome.
Any other question?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. MashaAllah, huge study. Thank you very much for this presentation. I would ask, this is kind of crops, which is bare millet. Why did you choose this kind of crops? Is there any benefit for this? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, the most important in terms of this crop is the resilient crop. It's a very, very resilient crop in terms of how they can grow without a lot of water, with dryness, with a very harsh condition in terms of the soil necessities. So if you compare per millet, for example, with wheat or rice or maize, you never can grow these plants in terms of this harsh condition. They have this plant per millet have several advantages.
So we have a lot in Saudi or other countries. We have a lot of kind, or a lot of sort of these crops. Yes. So we have different kind of these crops. Is your study cover all these crops or just one type of these?
If you mean the millet
yes,
general?
I mean that, yeah.
Basically, yes, all the millets. Right now, we are performing an experiment with Medina trait, that is one of the per millet that is growing in Medina, and we are doing the same approach, yes. The difference of the per millet is some of them, they have a very different phenotype. This is why we want to understand exactly the genome, because then with the genome we know the trait that we can pass, we can shorten the highness, the grain size is very different in different millets, so we want to have these good characteristics to the better yield and better production.
So I have one comment, not a question, to your question. So I think the beautifulness of beer millet is that is one of the crops that has really a high nutritional value, but this is not the most important advantage. The advantage of beer millet is that it has very low glycemic index, which is a measure of the amount of glucose that is reaching the blood when you eat carbohydrates. So beer millet is one of the lowest one, so it's even recommended in high amount for people suffering from diabetes and these things. And from the other side, I think it...
Also, sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
Also, it's a gluten-free.
It's gluten-free. This is also something else.
Yes. It's a very important.
So I believe it would be one of the miracle grains for Saudi Arabia because it's well adapted to the environment. And I can remember that I think Miwa was doing several workshops last year, and last year was called the year of millet. So I think it's just underutilized, and I think policy makers and the stakeholders should advertise for it more and be used in different recipes and consumed as alternative to rice and other carbohydrates. Thank you.
Thank you for these interesting presentations. And actually, I will call it dukhun because yes. I am from Sudan and I'm from Jazan. So both like Jazan and Sudan, we are using it for daily basis. And in Saudi Arabia, there is a cake, a dukhun cake. So it is very interesting. But I mean, and also in Sudan, the striga, we call it Buddha. So there is one cultural wisdom, they call it Buddha Kharabt al-Masur. So mean that the striker will always damage the fields that is but these are very interesting results. So I just want to share this because in Jazan, in Saudi Arabia, the dukhun is very common. Like if you can go to the shop and buy. And they have many people are using it frequently for their food. But this is something like it differs between the regions in Saudi Arabia. But in Jazan, it is very popular.
Yeah, and very
food.
important.
But I think for diabetic people, in Sudan we are not recommending them to eat this millet or dukhun. So, but I'm not sure about this. Thanks for this.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you so much, Derry. Now we'll talk about Saudi Code of Irrigation Practices. Let's hear from Engineer Awad Al-Anizi from the Saudi Irrigation Organization, who will highlight the significance of Saudi irrigation practices and their role in the promoting sector efficiency. Welcome to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Awad Al-Anizi. I am the director of Saudi Irrigation Practices Center. And today I am going to shed some lights, some highlights, some introduction about Saudi Irrigation Practices Code, which is recently completed, and we are in the phase now of make it in the public. So it is just completed and we are in the stage of make it in execution. This initiative or this code provide a significant step forward in enhancing the irrigation efficiency, promoting sustainability, addressing the challenges of water management for sustainable improvement. So let us have some lights about the irrigation practices code. The agenda is very simple and straightforward agenda, starting with some introduction about the challenges, about the needs, and highlighting some of the code working requirement, objectives, and main contents, then ended up with very brief conclusion. Starting with the why we need this code, starting from the irrigation itself, from the challenges in the sector itself, and how this code will affect later the improvement in the irrigation sector. Saudi Arabia is located in a region with a limited water resources. This is a fact that everybody aware about it. Agriculture consuming more than 84% from the total resources within the kingdom, and it is increasing with annual increment of almost 7% every year. As part of the National Water Strategy 2030 document. Going a little deeper in the irrigation and having some talk about the difficulties and about the challenges that we are facing in irrigation in the agriculture overall. From all across the journey, from the production up to the drainage. In the production, we have limited resources. We have limited use of treated sewage water in irrigation. We have mostly using non-renewable resources, mostly from the underground, deep underground water, as well as we have inadequate, or let me say limited level of knowledge, limited training of farmers in utilizing the new technologies and utilizing the best irrigation practices. In the distribution, we are facing some challenges with the infrastructure. We have some issues with the public schemes. We have aging infrastructure overall. We have almost, I will say, uneven distribution of the areas for having this irrigation network within across the country. Some areas having more use of treated water, and some others doesn't have the same level. So we have distribution issue. We have in the farm, on the farm management issue, in the practices issue, in the farming practices issue, mostly utilizing the traditional way of irrigation, lack of adequate training, lack of adequate knowledge within the farm management practices, as well as overall low efficiency in utilizing the already low level of available resources. After the farming, also the drainage, we are having insufficient infrastructure, uneven distribution, degraded environmental part. So we have all of these challenges within the irrigation practices today all across Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Having some numbers, some statistics, so we can just build the background about the irrigation and about the overall agriculture within Saudi. We can classify the farms and classify the allocations to mainly three categories, to small, medium, and large agriculture holdings, where the small holdings, more than 300,000 hectares, holding by more than 200,000 farmers, as well as mostly relying on traditional ways of irrigation. Medium, with more than 1.5 million hectares, with some, I will say, combination of traditional as well as moderated irrigation practices. Large agriculture holdings with total area more than 1 million hectares, with more than 700 specialized farms or big farms that mostly utilizing modern specialized irrigation practices. Overall, some recent studies shows only 26 or 25% from the overall holdings are currently utilized. This is just to build the framework and to build the background. The responsible for the irrigation sector within Saudi is the Saudi Irrigation Organization, SIO. SIO organization is a governmental organization administratively reporting to MIWA with independent management and independent financial statement. SIO is responsible mainly for 4 parts: managing the overall irrigation sector, supply and distribute the water to farms, monitor the water quality being supplied to the farms, as well as working diligently and doing all what can be done to improve the efficiency, to encourage different types of farmers and different types of farms to utilize modern, to utilize newly adapted technologies and newly best practiced in irrigation practices. Within the SIO, we have the Irrigation Methods Development Center, which is the center that I am currently leading. The Irrigation Development Center was established for several purposes, mainly to address all the challenges encountered within the irrigation within SIO. This center is the first center of its kind in the region. Up to our knowledge, there is no other center specialized in the irrigation within the region that is working for improving the irrigation practices and to help the farmers utilize the newly technologies. The center work in developing and improving the overall technologies, the overall irrigation techniques, to enhance irrigation efficiency, to reduce water consumption, by working with all types of stakeholders, from public, from private, to individuals, in providing a pioneer or in providing the best practices in the irrigation work. From the different perspective, from developing the human capabilities, from utilizing the innovative technologies and the new practices, as well as, which is one of the main parts, is establishing and developing the partnership with the different players within the sector, between public, private, as well as regulators. We are talking here in this session about the Saudi Irrigation Code, or the Saudi Irrigation Practices Code. The purpose of the code, which is just recently completed in partnership between SIO and FAO, is to provide a comprehensive code, a comprehensive guidelines toward addressing water challenges with modern practices, with standardizing to optimize the use of non-renewable resources, to increase the use of treated sewage water, to enhance the implementation and the enforcement of the policies and regulations. The code standard to address the challenges of promoting the technologies, the use of the modern technologies, targeting to increase the use, optimize the waste, and improve the efficiency as the best in the world, best practices. The objective of the code is mainly to tackle all the different types of the water challenges within the irrigation sector within Saudi. Improving the economic sustainability of the irrigation sector, trying to modernize, to change the individual or the individual practices to more institutional, to more sustainable practices, improving the farm management activities within the farmers, within the individual, to more sustainable, to more economically sustainable practices within the agriculture sector. How this code, or how the irrigation practices code linked with the overall picture, linked with the overall strategy. We are putting here some examples about it, how it's linked with the overall trial to achieve a 2030 vision by improving the water management practices and enhancing or assuring the food security within the kingdom. It is also linked with the overall SIO organizational strategic objectives about the operational sustainability, about the economic and the financial sustainability within the organization. Also, it is aligned directly with the Irrigation Center of strategic objectives about improving the efficiency and helping the farmers and the individual contributors to work effectively and efficient within all over the agriculture sector activities. This is just a link with the overall picture. The code is mainly targeting several specific challenges, several specific opportunities within the irrigation sector activities. Starting with the limited availability of the renewable resources, to offer to the issue of overutilizing the underground water and the deep underground water, toward the lower efficiency or the lower measured efficiency of irrigation, as well as the uneven distribution or the different distribution of the availability of water resources and irrigation water resources across the kingdom and across the different areas of the kingdom. Also, it's looking for specific opportunities like providing a comprehensive guidance, having a document that help all the different partners playing a part in the irrigation to work diligently with the standards, with the regulators. Also promote the efficient use of water and the sustainability of the sector. Also as, which is important opportunity, serving as a reference to all the people working within this sector that can help drive improvement and drive sustainability within the different farmers, policy makers, private and public sector people. The code mainly including those chapters within the code, starting with the planning, design, implementation, operation and maintenance, and we will shed some light about each chapter in the following slides. Starting with the planning side, the code include a chapter for planning that help in doing the assessment part, in assessing the irrigation needs, in assuring a proper assessment of water requirements, legal requirements, economical feasibility, all of these within the assessment or within the planning side. Also, it helps in the initial inspection of the site, initial engagement with the stakeholders, discuss the resources allocation, discuss the activity itself, objective and why it is required. It helps in collecting the data within the different parts, within the crop, within the soil, within the environmental factors. It helps in analyzing and development option for selecting the right irrigation tools from both availability, cost, benefits, environmental, social, and etc. Also, it aligns plans or the irrigation plans with the overall strategy and with the overall policy of utilizing what to farm what. It includes chapter or sub-points for initial preparation, for site visits, for identification, for pre-feasibility, for feasibility, and etc. All of these parts detailed in the code in the planning chapter. Also, we have a chapter for the design that is mainly working for designers, working for the people who will make the plan for the irrigation activities within the farm, including assessing the required quantity, the required accessibility, assuring, selecting all the tools and the ways for each crop and for each different practice, utilizing the GPS and utilizing the data to have a proper allocation, evaluate cost, benefit, etc., select the right tools, sprinklers, pumps, or etc., how to flush the lines, how to clean the filters, all of this stuff, as well as the monitor the usage, how to monitor the usage later, and how to assure efficient utilization later. It includes several sub-points for qualification, for certification, for irrigation water sources, for irrigation selection, for layouts, for micro irrigation design, system flushing, preventive activities for the tools, as well as the application and assuring the quality for specifically the treated sewage water for utilization. This all will be part of the design chapter. We have for the implementation is talking about the execution, overseeing the design, overseeing the design accuracy and the availability of the resources, following the protocols, addressing any issues that need to be corrected, I mean design issues, ensuring proper installation of the tools, resolving any deviation from the standard, testing the pipelines, testing the pumps, all of this stuff, addressing any discrepancy from the operational requirement with the design requirement, provide detailed execution report up to completing the installation, as well as submitting the drawings and all the handover activities after executing the irrigation project or the farm project, including the pre-installation, including the installation, the commissioning, the system testing, addressing the performance issues, as-built drawing, operational manuals, and final handover. All of these are subsections of the chapter guiding during the execution. Another chapter for the operational part, including a guidance, including best practices of the depth of the irrigation required, the return intervals, the soil filtration and interfiltration rate, and all the operational requirement after execution. We have also a part for maintenance, talking about both the network maintenance and the tools maintenance, the pump maintenance, and all of these, including cleaning the pipes, the filters, inspection, storing the valves, drainage, lubrication, perform oil performance check, lubricate, cover of the motors, electrical systems, mechanical systems, all of these preventive and corrective maintenance activities. It has a detailed part within the code. These are some direct key benefits of adopting the irrigation practices code. Starting with the direct saving, straightforward saving by reducing the water consumption, reducing the irrigation water expenses on the farm, and the overall irrigation expenses. Toward more than the saving, to become more eco-friendly, more environmental friendly by promoting sustainable practices within the farm with a minimal environmental impact on that area. Also, the farmer will get a direct benefit in improving the efficiency through enhance the farmer knowledge for better productivity practices. Also, for more climate resilience by equipping the agriculture sector with the different players within the agriculture sector to adapt the climate changes requirement within the different activities. These are list of utilized references. I will just shed highlight about some of them that were utilized to build the Saudi irrigation practices code. From New Zealand, there was utilization of irrigation code for practices and design standards. From Australia, there was a standard for rural irrigation system, design standards code for practices. From South Africa, code on farm irrigation projects. From OSHA standard as well, it was utilized. And from USA, the code 449 for irrigation water management. Those are just example, while a lot of best practices and best achievable tools were utilized. In conclusion, the irrigation practices code will help a lot of parties, a lot of beneficiaries from applying the code, starting by the farmer who will get a tool, a guidance that help him for utilizing the best practices across the world in irrigation activities, that will help him to enhance the yield, that will help him to lower the expenses of his farm, and to be aligned with the best practices in the world. Students, educators, teachers, all the people working in the education, they will get help from this code through aligning the academic research from the best practices in the world. They will get a document, official document that providing the best of the best, the cream of the best in the irrigation practices that can be utilized in all educational activities, in all teaching activities. Policymaker, of course, he will get a benefit from the code for developing and enforcing the regulations and the requirement for helping the irrigation sector and the overall agriculture sector to be aligned with the overall objectives and with the strategic objective of the country. Also, advisors, consultants, service providers, all the people working on the field, they will get a clear guidance, a clear framework that what should be the best, or what is look like the best practices or the best irrigation practices within the Saudi level. So it helped them to develop their materials, their projects, their plans, all of this stuff. It will help them to have it aligned with the best applicable or best acceptable level within the Saudi irrigation sector. Recently, we completed the code. Alhamdulillah, it was completed. It was aligned with the main stakeholders. Currently, we are in a second revision of collecting a feedback from the different stakeholders for both the public, private, all beneficiaries to get their valuable feedback in order to make it even better and better. Then we are going for launching, and then we are going for monitoring, and later on for it will go through the normal continuous improvement cycle. And we are always eager to receive more and more feedback. And one of the objectives of showing the code in today's session is to share this information with everybody and to receive more feedback from the people about the code. And I'm reaching to my end. I tried to make it straightforward, directly touching the points. I will just shed some highlights about the previous slide, some takeaway messages in this conclusion. First, the code is a comprehensive document. It is a comprehensive guidelines for all the irrigation practices part of the code. Second, it is touching the different types of resources. It is talking about the surface water requirements, it is talking about the underground water, it is talking about the treated sewage water, so it is talking all the different types of the irrigation water. The target of the code is to emphasize on sustainable water usage. It is targeting to enhance the efficiency. It's targeting to optimize the usage and to optimize the expenses in the farming activities and in the irrigation activities, and to provide a mid-term and long-term overall enhancement in the sector. It is voluntary. It's not by force yet, because it is just a guidance. Hopefully in the future, after reaching to a level of maturity, that it can be moved to a different stage. However, even the current stage, which is voluntarily implemented, it is aligned with all of the legalized agencies and the regulations within Saudi Arabia. So it is a guidance as well as it is a help for a proper compliance. Also, it is just the initial kickoff, while the continuous improvement will be there, ensuring that we will continue adapting the best practices and we will continue getting more and regular review and update to the code. That's what I have, and I don't know if we have time for questions.
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Awad, for all this comprehensive information about the Saudi Code of Irrigation Practices. And thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. If you have any questions, please.
Yes, a short question, please. I didn't follow up all the presentation, but did you separate between renewable water and non-renewable water for irrigation in this guide?
This guide is mainly talking about the practices. It is not, I will say, prohibiting using the non-renewable resources. It is just help to guide how to implement the best practices within the irrigation, regardless of the source. But it is going to the different types of the irrigation water.
Thank you.
Any question? Take the mic, please.
First of all, thank you very much for this clear presentation. So my question related to the controlling of the amount of water going to the farm. So do you have this one also in the implementation plan? That is kind of like counter for how much water will be used and how efficiently this irrigation system will maximize the use of water for the farmer?
Yeah, this is a good question. And this is part of the SIO scope to control and to organize I will say, the water supplies to the farms. It is not in the code because the code is targeting the practices itself, is targeting how to help the farmer to do the best. But controlling part is there as part of SIO scope. Anything else?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we will have presentation by Uniscape. A special presentation. They will be sharing insight and innovative solutions related to sustainable development. Let's welcome them on the stage, please. Engineer Mustafa Ali and Engineer Imad Ali. Welcome to the stage, please. Mustafa and Engineer Ahmad. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مهندس مصطفى عبد الله، شركة يونسكيب للتنمية. نشكر لكم إتاحة الفرصة لنا. طبعا نحن حنقدم لكم إن شاء الله سيمينار بعنوان تجربتنا، أقصد التجربة بتاعت يونسكيب في التحول من مزرعة أو كسارة للحجر لمزرعة تحتوي على أشجار وشجيرات ومغطيات تربة. نعمل لكم استعراض بسيط جدا إن شاء الله عن هذه التجربة، كيف التحول وكيف كافحت يونسكيب التصحر. طيب ده تعريف بسيط عن التصحر، كيف التصحر بيأثر زي ما انتم عارفين الآثار البيئية والآثار الغير بيئية للتصحر. طيب التصحر هو ظاهرة طبعا عالمية عندها آثار كبيرة جدا تؤثر على نقص الغذاء وتؤثر على هي التأثير عموما عن البشرية، وهو من أسبابه طبعا الأساسية. أسباب التصحر الأساسية هي ممارسات البشر عموما. طيب كيف أسباب التصحر؟ طيب عندنا أسباب التصحر. الأسباب الأساسية، أنا في الأول هستعرض لكم الأسباب الأساسية للتصحر والأسباب اللي إحنا لاقيناها في روضة المشاتل للتصحر وكيف تغلبنا على هذه المشاكل في روضة التصحر. زي ما أنتم كلكم عارفين التصحر عنده مشاكل أساسية، أسبابه التغيرات المناخية والتحضر وأوفر جريزنج، الرعي الجائر وإزالة الغابات وكمية من المشاكل الأساسية اللي كل الناس عارفينها عن التصحر. طيب الحلول التصحر كانت ايه؟ كانت زراعة الأشجار، إدارة التربة، بناء الخزانات وممارسات الجيدة للتربة وبعض التقنيات الخاصة بمكافحة التصحر. طيب دي تعريف بسيط عن يونسكيب. نحن شنو يونسكيب؟ هي يونسكيب عبارة عن مزرعة 5,200,000 متر مربع. عندنا آبار، عندنا جرين هاوسز، ونستخدم تقنيات حديثة للري اللي هي الري بالتنقيط والري بالرش والري المحوري. ومن التقنيات اللي بنستخدمها دريب Irrigation سيستم وبيفوت Irrigation سيستم. ودي صور بسيطة عن يونسكيب. طيب فكرتنا أو خبراتنا في يونسكيب في نحن كيف تغلبنا على مشاكل الأساسية للتصحر. المشاكل الأساسية للتصحر كيف تغلبنا عليها في روضة المشاتل. طبعا نحن أول ما بدينا المزرعة كان في تحديات كبيرة جدا للمزرعة، وكيف تحولت من كسارة ومن مناطق صخرية ومناطق صعبة الزراعة، يعني كيف تحولنا من كسارة لمزرعة. طيب من التحديات اللي احنا قابلناها في روضة المشاتل انه ثلاث تحديات اساسية. هو التحدي الاول المويه، هو التحدي الماء، التحدي الثاني نوع التربة، لان هي تربة اصلا تربة صخرية جدا وكيف نحن تغلبنا عليها. وكان عندنا مشاكل كبيرة لانه المزرعة اصلا في منطقة صحراوية، كيف تغلبنا على الزحف الصحراوي. مشاكلنا اللي كانت في المويه، عندنا زياده تبخر، عندنا الفقد الهائل للمويه، نوع التربه نفسها اللي هي تربه سريعه التسرب، فما عندنا احتفاظ بالمويه. نحن دي باختصار التحديات اللي واجهناها كتشالنج في روضه المشاتل او في يونسكيب. طيب كيف حلينا المشاكل دي؟ طيب في روضه المشاتل اول حاجه عملنا استخدام أجهزة ري أو نظام ري حديث في إنه نعمل اقتصاد للمويه. تمام. كيف عملنا الحاجة دي؟ عندنا في روضة المشاتل في 4 رشاشات أو 4 بيفوت irrigation system، وعندنا نظام الري بالتنقيط، وعندنا 10 جرين هاوسز وشبك ظل، اللي هي دي كلها عوامل بتودينا كيف نحن عملنا الحلول لروضة المشاتل. طيب المشكلة الأولى لروضة المشاتل كانت هي السويل، اللي هي التربة. التربة وكيف نحن اتغلبنا عليه التربة. مشاكل التربة اللي هي التصلب، عندنا مشاكل الملوحة، مشاكل النفاذية. دي المشاكل الثلاثة مشاكل أساسية للتربة عموما في السعودية أو في المناطق الجافة وشبه الجافة. طيب نشوف نحن كيف حلينا المشكلة دي. طيب نحن عندنا الكسارة هي أصلا كانت كسارة أساسية، يعني في شغلنا الأساسي كان هو حجر أو بالدارجي طريق زلط يعني. طيب كيف نحن حلينا مشاكل التربة؟ طيب نحن جبنا كسارات ثانية اللي هي تنعيم وتسوية التربة. طيب من الحاجات اللي عملناها اللي هو الشيب اللي هي شبك الظل والجرين هاوسز وتكسير التربة. طيب دي الشيب هاوس. المناطق دي كلها طبعا كانت مناطق صحراوية، مناطق حجرية. دي صورة بتوضح لنا شبك الظل اللي احنا عملناه. تمام، ده البيفوت irrigation سيستم من أنظمة اللي اتبعت. دي نوع من أنواع الآبار اللي هي عملناها على تلال عالي جدا بتودينا للرشاشات ولشبك الظل. المشكلة الثانية هي كيف إدارة المويه. أكبر مشكلة أساسية هنا في السعودية هي المويه. نحن كيف أدرنا المويه أو المحافظة عليها بقلتها، محافظة على الماء. طيب دي المشكلة الرئيسية. كيف حلينا المشكلة دي؟ السمارت irrigation سيستم اللي هي استخدام أنظمة ري حديثة تساعد على حفاظ على كمية المويه. أنظمة الري زي ما ذكرت أنا في الأول هنا البيفوت irrigation سيستم، الدريب irrigation سيستم وما شابه ذلك. ثاني هي زراعة أنواع مقاومة للجفاف. يعني احنا بنزرع نباتات برية، بنزرع نباتات غير برية، اللي هي دي كلها نباتات مقاومة للجفاف. ده نوع من انواع انظمه الري اللي احنا استخدمناه البيفوت irrigation سيستم. المشكله الثانيه هي الزحف الرمال. من المشاكل الاساسيه زحف الرمال، واللي هو بينتج في عندنا مواسم معينه اسمها مواسم الهواء، هنا ما اعرف بيسموها شنو. دي مواسم اساسيه بانه في زحف عالي للرمال. الحل بتاع الزحف العالي للرمال نحن عملنا عباره عن حزام شجري على طول المزرعة. الحزام الشجري ده عبارة عن حزام شجري على طول المزرعة بتقريبا 52-53 كيلومتر مربع، عمل حماية كاملة للمزرعة من الزحف الرمال إلى الداخل. وده حزام شجري برضو كمان داخل المزرعة. عندنا حزام داخلي خارجي وحزام داخلي حزام شجري داخل المزرعة. طيب كيف كانت المزرعة؟ يعني هي كانت زي ما قلت قبل هي كسارة. كيف كانت المزرعة أول؟ دي كان شكل المزرعة في الأول، عبارة عن جبال وتلال وصخور وحجر. دي صور بتوضح لنا كيف كانت المزرعة قبل الزراعة. تمام، أنواع كثيرة من الأحجار. صور برضو بتوضح لنا كيف كانت روضة المشاتل. طيب الأعمال اللي حصلت من التحول من كسارة لمزرعة، دي بعض الأعمال اللي نحن عملناها. هو تكسير الأحجار وتنعيم التربة بالشكل ده، وحولناها من حجر اللي هي الصور اللي كنا شايفينها دي كان في الأول بقت بالشكل ده. تمام، دي مناطق بيضاء تماما عملنا لها تكسير واستصلاح. عملنا نقل الأحجار كامل من المناطق اللي شفنا نحن انها بتصلح للزراعه. عمل نقل كامل للاحجار من المناطق الداخليه للمناطق الخارجيه. تكسير الأحجار وحملها وإبعادها من استخدمنا جميع الآلات الزراعية على أساس نعمل الحاجة. طبعا هي حاجة مكلفة جدا في إنه يتحول من حجر لتربة صالحة للزراعة. بعد التكسير طبعا في استصلاح، في تجارب، في زراعة، يعني قابلتنا كثير من المشاكل في زراعة أول فاشلة وزراعة ناجحة لحد ما وصلنا للمستوى ده. دي برضو المناطق الصخرية كيف كانت وكيف بقت. تمام. أنظمة الري اللي استخدمناها. طيب كيف بقينا؟ نحن شفنا كيف كانت المزرعة والأعمال اللي عملناها عليها وكيف بقت المزرعة. تمام. دي جرين هاوسز وده التشجير اللي حصل معانا. دي الجرين هاوسز وشبك الظل. طيب نوريكم ده فيديو بورينا كيف المزرعة بقت. ده باختصار كيف بقت المزرعة، ونشكركم على حسن الاستماع وناسف على الإطالة. واصل معكم زميلي المهندس عماد علي لبعض السلايدات. شكرا جزيلا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم مهندس عماد علي زينب من شركة روضة المشاتل يونسكيب. طبعا زميلي المهندس مصطفى عرض لكم عن المزرعة. المزرعة هي لا يتجاوز العمر تبعها 2 و4 شهور. طبعا وقت دخلنا على المزرعة كانت كسارة وحولناها لهالشكل هذا مثل ما شفتوا. طبعا أي عمل زراعي راح يكون لازم يكون في مشتل لإنتاج النباتات، ونحن عم نتماشى مع رؤية المملكة 2030 بزراعة الأصناف المقاومة للجفاف. طبعا أنا حاطط شكل، حاطط هذا الشكل. طبعا التصحر هو مشكلة عالمية وليس مشكلة يعني إقليمية. طبعا بيتأثر، أنا حاطط الإنسان والنبات والتصحر. طبعا هالعوامل هي الثلاثة الإنسان طبعا بيأثر إذا دخل بشكل سلبي على استخدام النباتات بيؤدي إلى تصحر بشكل سريع. طبعا الآثار السلبية الآثار السلبية للإنسان هو حرق الوقود. عندنا إزالة الغابات، هي من الأسباب الرئيسية. هي تؤدي كمان إلى ارتفاع درجات الحرارة واحتباس الحراري. يؤدي الاحتباس الحراري إلى يؤثر على التوزع النباتي للمناطق. طبعا عندنا كمان بيأثر على التغير في نمط الأمطار. ممكن تؤدي إلى عندما يحدث تغير في نمط الأمطار يحدث تغير في التغير المناخي، تغير هطول الأمطار، جفاف بالمناطق وجفاف يصير فيها فيضانات وسيول. طبعا إزالة الغابات تؤدي إلى تدمير المواطن الطبيعية. يعني مثلا تكون منطقة فيها النظام البيئي متكامل وتصير فيها جفاف يتدمر هذا النظام البيئي. عندنا يؤدي إلى اختلال بالنظام البيئي واختلاف أنواع نباتية وحيوانية. طبعا عندنا استخدام الإنسان للمبيدات والأسمدة بشكل غير طبيعي كمان يؤدي إلى تدمير التربة والنبات. عندنا كمان فقرة إنه استخدام الزراعة المكثفة في التربة تؤدي إلى فقدان التربة للعناصر الغذائية، وهذا يؤدي إلى تدهور التربة. طبعا التصحر مثل ما بنعرف نحن هي عبارة عن خروج التربة. أنا تعريفي على حسب معلوماتي هي خروج التربة عن استخدامها بالزراعة، يعني سواء كيميائيا أو فيزيائيا، تدمير التربة فيزيائيا وكيميائيا. هي تؤدي إلى عدم استخدام التربة. طبعا نحن عندنا الحلول. أول شيء إدخال أصناف مقاومة للجفاف حتى نكتر الغطاء النباتي، هذا يؤثر على المناخ. طبعا عندنا تبني طرق زراعة أكثر استدامة مثل الزراعة العضوية وتقنيات الري الحديث والحفاظ على الموارد المائية. طبعا نحن عندنا بالمزرعة كنا نستخدم كل شيء، نستغل كل شيء. هلا عندنا هنا بحيرة، هي بحيرة أنشأناها لحصاد مياه الأمطار. ما أساوي بحيرات بالمزرعة، عندي تقريبا 3 بحيرات. هي تؤدي إلى التغير المناخي الموضعي للمنطقة. طبعا عندي عندي دور المادة العضوية، طبعا في تحسين التربة. عندي هون المحافظة على النوع النباتي، يعني حاولت انه بالمزرعة بالمحل ما كانت الكسارة اني احافظ على النوع النباتي قدر الامكان، لانه ما احاول اني بيكون اكثر تأقلم وافضل. عندي طبعا اخر شيء عندي هون سوينا نحن مصدات رياح. مصدات الرياح بنساويها بتخلي زحف الرمال، بتقلل من زحف الرمال. بعدين نحن موجودين بمنطقة عندنا الهواء الجنوبي يكون هواء ساخن. وقت أنا أساوي مصد رياح يقلل من الهواء الساخن على المنطقة المزروعة. طبعا المصدات الرياح على وقت نساويها نحن مساوينا تقريبا وزارعين كانكاربس وزارعين الإثل، طبعا بيعطي حماية 13 ضعف من ارتفاع المصد الرياح. طبعا أنا مساوي مصد رياح على داير المزرعة مثل ما فرجاكم المهندس مصطفى، وبالإضافة على داير الرشاشات مساوي مصد رياح. عندنا رؤية 2030 بتهدف إلى تطوير تقنيات الزراعة المستدامة والزراعة الذكية والاستثمار في المشاريع الزراعة المائية للتغلب على مشكلة المياه العذبة. عندنا أشوف إنه تطوير البحث العلمي وبالأخص تطوير الأبحاث المتعلقة بالمناخ والنباتات. عندنا الزراعة الحضرية وهي مشاريع مثل ما شايفين رؤية 2030 زراعة الأحياء السكنية. هي بالنسبة تشكل عبارة عن رئة، كل شجرة زراعة شجرة، أي شجرة قدام أي منزل هي رئة للبيت تعطي تنقية بالهواء. طبعا عنا بالمزرعة كمان عم نحاول استخدام الطاقة المتجددة وهي استخدام الطاقة الشمسية. نحن منطقة الإشعاع الشمسي فيها عالي بشكل، والطاقة الشمسية والرياح في أنظمة الري، تعزيز استدامة الزراعة. طبعا إنشاء المشاتل لإعطاء تلبية المملكة بعدد كبير من الأشجار المقاومة للجفاف. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Engineer Mustafa. Thank you, Engineer Ahmad. Any questions from the audience?
شكرا على العرض الرائع باشمهندس مصطفى. بس سؤالي، انت عملتوا لاند يوز فيكسيشن، كم المساحه وتكلفه الكيلومتر المربع الواحد؟
شكرا. نحن اللاند يوز عندنا نحن عملنا معالجه ل 2 مليون متر مربع ارض بقت صالحه للزراعه. تمام. اللاند يوز ده نحن في الاول بدينا كنا بنشتغل على سويل لابس خارجي، لكن الحمد لله نحن ادارتنا وفرت لنا الآن معمل كامل لتحليل التربة والمياه والنباتات، والآن بنعمل على معمل لأنسجة معمل الأنسجة النباتية. فكل التكاليف نحن تكاليف داخلية يا دكتور، كل تكاليف داخلية. في سؤال ثاني؟ تفضل.
السلام عليكم، يعطيكم العافية على العرض الرائع وعلى العمل اللي قمتوا فيه والله يوفقكم. سؤالي، أشوف أغلب النباتات اللي مستهدفينها نباتات مهم مثمرة أو منتجة. هذا هو توجه حق الشركة أنه ما تشتغلون في المحاصيل فقط شتلات، او بالمستقبل بتتوجهون لهذا التوجه، او المياه اللي موجوده في المقر ما تساعد على زراعه المحاصيل؟
انا بجاوب لك نص السؤال، والمهندس عماد يجاوب لك نص السؤال الثاني ان شاء الله. نحن الستيج الاول، الستبس الاول انه نحن نعمل زراعه شتلات حسب متطلبات الرياضه الخضراء. تمام. الشتلات البريه التسع اشجار الاساسيه، ده الستيج الاول. الستيج الثاني انه عندنا طبعا مشاريع داخل المملكه هنا، في مشاريع في القديه ومشاريع في الدرعيه، فالانتاج الان حسب متطلبات الرياضه الخضراء. والمهندس عماد يكمل لك باقي الاجابه ان شاء الله.
طبعا مثل ما تكلم المهندس مصطفى، نحن نزرع جميع انواع الاكاسيات والانواع اللي تتاقلم مع المملكه، بحيث انه نلبي احتياج الرياضه الخضراء واحتياج المملكه، لانه النباتات اللي تنتج بالمملكه تكون مأقلمه اكثر من النباتات اللي تيجي من برا، واغلبها اللي تيجي من برا تكون بتسبب فقد، يعني ما نسبه كبيره بيكون نسبه النجاح تبعها. نحن يعني مثلا عمليه تقصيه، يعني وقت عم نزرع النبات هنا عم نزرعه عم يتقصى مع جو المملكه. طبعا في عندنا نباتات ما شاء الله المملكه قاره، جو المنطقه الجنوبيه غير الوسطى غير الشماليه، لذلك نحن عم نحاول انه ننوع بالانتاج النباتي بحيث ان شاء الله نلبي احتياج المملكه ورؤيه 2030. السلام عليكم.
Any question?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. ما شاء الله شغل جبار ومجهود عظيم صراحة. أنا أشوف أنه من خلال البرزنتيشن ما أشوف أنكم تطرقتوا لنوعية المياه المستخدمة وكميتها. هل المياه الموجودة في المنطقة تعتبر براكش ووتر ولا نورمال ووتر عادية يعني قابلة للزراعة؟ وهل عملتوا على تحسين المياه rather than يعني فوكس على التربة فقط؟ الله يعافيك.
بالنسبة للمياه عندنا مية ممتازة. في عندنا البي بي ام 700، يعني مية ممتازة، يعني تكاد انه تنشرب المي. الاملاح فيها منخفضة بالمرة، لذلك النبات يعني ياخذ صحته ويطلع وينمو بشكل ممتاز، ما عم نواجه اي مشكله بالنسبه للمياه. بعدين نحن مثل ما تفضل الاخ مصطفى وتكلمت، نحن نستخدم تقنيه بحيث نقلل من عمليه الري. نحن وقت نزرع اصناف مقاومه للجفاف يعني نقلل من نسبه المياه. انا وقت ازرع اكاسيا بالبدايه اني اعطيها ري، بس بعدين بصير كل فترة ما أعطيها مي، إنه بحيث إنه مقاومة للجفاف. ما واجهنا أي مشكلة بالنسبة للمياه. منطقة الخرج نحن مية ممتازة بالشكل، ونحن نسعى لعملية الري في أوقات الصباح والمساء بحيث نقلل من عملية النتح والتبخر إن شاء الله. السلام عليكم. في شيء؟
Any question?
إذا بتسمحوا لي أحب بس أضيف إضافة. طبعا الله يجزاكم خير، ما قصرتوا على العرض الرائع، ولكن عندي مداخلة. ليس من رأى كمن سمع، أو سوري، ليس من كان سمع كمن رأى. احنا التحالف زار المزرعة حقيقة هذه ما شاء الله تبارك الله، والأخوان أعطونا جولة على المزرعة، وكانت حقيقة يعني شفنا أشياء افرت انشيتيفز، عمل جبار. كيف تحولت القصة من تعدين أو كسارة إلى مزرعة. يعني ما قصروا الأخوان والقائمين على المزرعة، استغلوا كل المناطق اللي في المزرعة، حاولوا بكل الإمكانيات الموجودة عندهم. حفروا الأبيار، يمكن ما أدري هم أشاروا لها ولا 7 أبيار ما شاء الله تبارك الله. بالإضافة إلى الآن قاعدين يجهزون يعني خلينا نقول غرف تدريبية للطلاب المهتمين، طلاب الجامعات، على أساس أنه برضو كان مبادرة من عند المزرعة. أشكركم صراحة على المجهود الرائع والأكثر من رائع. موفقين إن شاء الله.
أوكي بس كلمة واحدة. طبعا نحن عنا من أحد دخلنا التعليم بالتعاون مع جامعة الملك سعود. من مرة عنا طلاب، طبعا عنا مختبرات، مختبر تربة، مختبر مياه، مختبر زراعة أنسجة، وإن شاء الله على التحسين كمان الجينيوم الوراثي كمان نقعد نشتغل عليه إن شاء الله بالمستقبل. هي الخطة، لأنه المدير العام اللي مشرف على المدير العام تبع الشركة، شركة روضة المشاتل، يعطي كل اهتمامه للعلم ويسعى انه ما افى المكسب المادي، افى انه يزرع شيء للمملكه ويزعل، وبحيث انه يخلي المملكه مملكه خضراء ان شاء الله. هذا هدفه الرئيسي.
معلش حابب اقول كلمه اخيره. اشكركم جدا، واي احد عايز يزور المزرعه ويشوف كيف يتحولت من كساره لمزرعه، نحن بنرحب به وحبابه مليون في مزرعتنا، ويتواصل معنا في اي وقت ان شاء الله. شكرا جزيلا وناسف على الاطاله، جزاكم الله خير.
Thank you انجينير مصطفى، انجينير عماد. That brings us to the end of the insightful and enriching day 2. Thanks to all our speakers and participants for your contribution. We would like to invite to the stage the General Manager of the Partnership and Capacity Building of MIWA, Dr. Ziad Al-Zaidi, and the Director of the Saudi Saudi Agriculture and Technology, Mr. Mark Hall. I would like to call the speakers to get their certificates on the stage. Can I please have Dr. Afra Muhammad? دكتور أمل الغامدي. دكتور تيري الفارس. انجينير مصطفى علي. انجينير عماد علي. Thank you, Dr. Ziad. Thank you, Mr. Mark. And thank you for everyone. Okay, finally, Engineer Awad Al-Anizi, please. Thank you, everyone, and have a good day. Thank you, Dr. Ziad. Thank you, Mr. Mark. We will have a group photo. Please join the stage to take a group photo. Everyone, please. Darim.